All right, good morning, everybody. Nice to see a crowd here today. We'll go ahead and get started. We got everybody up here. We'll go ahead and call today's meeting. This is the Flagler County Tourist Development Council, July 24th, 2024. It is 9 o'clock a.m. If everybody could please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is indivisible. Thank you. We also take this moment, the agenda, for a brief moment of silence, an individual prayer, reflection, or meditation. We take this time to honor and remember our first responders and the men and women in our military who keep us safe and protect our freedoms at home and abroad. All righty. Thank you. Thank you again. Appreciate everybody being here today. Couple of quick announcements. If we could do a roll call, please, and I'll start to my left just to make sure we do attendance.
Lisa Robinson.
Stephen Baker.
Dan Mondrian.
Pam Walker.
Andy Dance.
Nick Lufus.
Eric Cooley.
John Lugerai.
Felicia Cook.
All right, thank you, everybody. And again, a disclosure that at the April 17th, 2024 TDC meeting, the following items were documented as conflicts of interest per Florida Statute 112.3143, paren 4, paren A. Item 4A3, Stephen Baker did not participate in the vote. Item 4A1, Lisa Hall Robinson did not participate in the vote. And item 4A2, Lisa Hall Robinson did not participate in that vote. All right. We will move on to item 2 of the agenda. That's our consent agenda. I want to give everybody an opportunity if there was any comments or questions for our staff, if they had anything in the consent agenda. And hearing none, I'd take a motion for approval.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Baker, second by Ms. Cook. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. Item 3 is our presentations. We'll do the first presentation, which is the Tourist Development Tax Update. Ms. Renee Flint from the Flagler County Tax Collector's Office will present. Good morning.
Morning. How's everybody doing?
Very good, thank you.
It's been a little while since I got to see all of you. Normally Shelley's coming and giving all the fun updates, but I get the turn this time, so here we go. All right, so our TDT collections were about normal. Ooh, did I hit that? Okay. The peach colored one is our track for this time, so you can see we were up a little bit and same as the yellow, but then it's kind of dropped back down to that light blue line, which was more the 2020, 2021 area. Our quarterly collection side by side, 23 to 24, we did have an overall decrease of 4.3, a little over $60,000, so not terrible. April TDT comparison, we were still up in 24. This thing's blinking at me. I think it's dying, and that's why it's changing. Oh, okay. So we were up a little bit for 24. In May, we dropped down quite drastically, but yeah, see, it's moving. Why is it moving? All right, in June, down a little bit. Active quarterly accounts. We are still increasing in our quarterly accounts. Let's see, let me catch myself back up to where we are. Yeah. Okay. Nope, you're okay. There you go. Still the same going, right? Okay.
Yep.
right, thanks, Carlos. All right, so our active accounts as of July of 24, that's them broken out into each category. And then we're going to see here on the next page, we're going to see kind of, maybe, here we go, into the rental zone. So Shelley has them spread out for you. So last time she spoke to you for the unincorporated, we were at 821. For April, we were at 820. You can see the 551 versus the 570, 200 in the city of Flagler Beach versus 197 now, and then 31 into the city of Benalla, Town of Marineland, and Beverly Beach versus the 30. So not drastic change, but still some. Last week, Shelley and I attended the Florida Tourist Development Tax Conference, and Visit Florida was one of the speakers there. And two numbers that kind of caught my mind that I just wanted to share with you guys that I thought was kind of cool is in the economy for 2022, there was $121.5 billion added into Florida's economy. And he stated that in 2023, there was 135 million visitors that came into the state of Florida. So most of the counties that were there have been seeing similar decreases to ours. They said that it's just slowly, getting kind of back to where we were before. People are able to now travel overseas and all those things again. So across the state, everybody is seeing similar decreases to ours. But I mean, that's still a drastic amount of money that came into our Florida economy over the last couple of years. As far as enforcements go, in the last 90 days, we've done one enforcement action where we've actually had to put a pending tax warrant on somebody's door. We do have one enforcement action, one pending tax warrant, and we have 15 investigations on suspect accounts from those internet scourings that we do that are always popping up new people out there for us to take a look at. Some of those have come in through our anonymous reporting that's out there. We had 3 anonymous reportings, and we average anywhere from 1 to 2 a month off of our website. And that's about it. Nothing too crazy. Any questions from anybody?
Questions?
No, I would say that the city of Palm Coast, since we're now talking about ways that we can kind of be proactive with short-term rentals, I have been directing not only council members but also residents to engage with you. But I think you might have council members reaching out to discuss how well the software has been working for you to try to identify the short-term rentals. So that might be incoming. I've also been telling residents to use that reporting mechanism. So maybe that's where the third one came from.
Nice. Thank you.
No, thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Anybody else?
All right. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome. And if there's ever anything new you guys want to see in the presentations, please just let us know. We're happy to add it in.
Okay, shall do.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Our second presentation is Marketing and Advertising Creative Campaign Update with Tom Hart, the Creative Director from Aqua.
And Chair, if I may, I just would like to also introduce Tom. Aqua is our new advertising agency that we acquired earlier this year. So we're pretty excited to have them on board, and they have already exceeded our expectations in a lot of areas. So I invited Tom to come so he can give you guys an update of what we've all been working on together.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. As Amy mentioned, I'm Tom Hart, the Creative Director, Aqua Marketing Communications. I'm based out of Tampa Bay area. And I'm really pleased to be here to just give you a little bit of insight how we developed the marketing campaign, really walking us through where we came up with our direction and messaging, how we went into how this influenced our video and still production, and also how it all came together for our different media channels. So really looking at our direction and messaging, where we started was the background. We know we're in the middle of a beach renourishment project right now. That's going to take some time. And also with the pier rebuild, we want to start drawing attention to other parts of the county, put a little bit more interest in other attributes. Also coming online in the future would be the Eco Discovery Center development, as well as the expansion of the trail system. So a lot of good benefits we want to highlight in our promotions. Might have been a little bit of brand recognition or maybe geographic location confusion with the naming. So we want to make sure any of our communication is clear. The website, visitflagler.com, and who we are going to market. But we really found a lot of undiscovered potential here. You know, the foodie scene, the trails, the uncrowded beaches, a lot of good benefits, a lot of good things that we could, you know, showcase. So this direction, you know, the primary focus is going to be on ecotourism, the trails and nature, emphasizing the hammock, the north part of the county a little bit more in those inland areas. Ecotourism focusing, outdoor activities, boating, hiking, fishing, and the parks and wildlife preserves, some really unique attributes that get a little bit more attention. But the secondary focus would still be Flagler Beach businesses, particularly dining. Again, we want to make sure that our partners are well-served. We also want to position Flagler County against the comp set, you know, those more crowded, particularly south of us, beach destinations that are overcrowded. You know, let's encourage people to travel to our destination. And last, we want to build brand recognition. Anytime we can reinforce who we are, who our message is, whether it's in a outdoor board or a banner ad, we want to make sure that there's continuity across the board. So our messaging from our direction was, we're going to prioritize the primary focus on trails and nature, while still promoting the secondary beach messaging. We want to play up that funky kind of laid-back vibe of Flagler County. It is obviously, you know, a coastal destination, and also to highlight the uniqueness of this place. So this entailed, you know, coming up with a theme. We had a multitude of ideas that we presented, and when we have that kind of hits on all these points is trails, tides, and laid-back vibes. Leading with the trails, remembering that we have the beaches and water attributes, and then also just that kind of like, this is why you come here. You want to relax. You want to, you know, get away from it all. So with this in mind, we started looking at how do we bring this to life? What are the visuals for this? So part of it is just looking at and discovering the county, looking at a number of areas to explore, working with the CVB team to plan a 2-day scout. And then through this scout, we had explored a number of locations for possible. So these are some photos from our scout. Really, we needed to look at 3 places to pick one, or one place that might have a lot of opportunity. Because when you get to the actual production, we want to be efficient. But a lot of great opportunities to showcase landmarks, unique things that are, you know, placemaking. So I can't say this is any place in Florida. No, this is this place. So from once we have this, we go back and put together we had a 3-day shoot with a video and still team, 2 little nimble crews that really kind of work well together because they could shoot at the same time. Gives us a lot of assets. Over those 3 days, we did the 5 different locations. Sometimes we were at, you know, Princess Place Reserve all day because it had 3 or 4 different looks at the same place. And over those 3 days, we had 12 different paid talent. We had 2 different days for families, and then we had another day with 4 adults that were kind of our couples or friends kind of hanging out. We really wanted to kind of showcase the biking, Beulah Ruins. You know, we're not forgetting the beaches, so we went to Varn Park to explore just different avenues for visuals. I really think the results speak for themselves. So we'll show a few of our stills from our photo shoot. Been looking for some unique, iconic imagery that gives people that personal experience of what they would find here. And everything we also shot with drone photography and stills as well. You know, how do we capture those laid back feelings that you can find here? Oops, there we go. So now we have our theme and we have our visuals. So let's, you know, how does it all come together? So we look at our different media channels, and this is a combination of both digital and traditional. So outdoor boards, streaming video, online ads, paid social, e-blasts are just a number of those. We're looking at, you know, key markets along the I-95 corridor, also focusing on in-state drive markets, you know, those that are proven to drive traffic here and also to the website. Our target is leisure travelers with our primary focus on couples and families, particularly earlier in the buy. 25 to 54 age with a household income of 100,000 plus. And our secondary focus, as we shift more into a fall message soon, because that's a typical travel, would be couples 50 plus with the same household income. So we have two different, slightly different messaging on our target messaging. So they are out of market, which would be, we have an outdoor board in North Florida on I-95 coming south into the state to influence those travelers, and anything online, because those are people that aren't here. And we're not advertising to the locals, by the way. This is everybody outside of our destination. This would be general branding and then also destination awareness. What we have is for an in-market would be the two boards that are here within the county. We really want to go for that immediate impact, get people as they're driving by to get off the road, come in, at least have a bite and check us out. And this would be more of the dining focus in that. So first, looking at our out-of-market messaging, our outdoor board, trails, tides, and laid-back vibes. Palm Coast and the Flagler Beaches, simple, clean, bright. We have a number of boards using different these fun activities we were able to capture. Because this is a digital placement outdoor board, we're able to kind of rotate 3 boards at the same time and really, change it up a bit, using our brand colors in a bright, bold way. And then we have it all together in the video. This is really a fun, upbeat spot. I can't think it's influenced by what we saw around here. Obviously, we'll have a number of online ads. Gives us the opportunity to showcase different activities, use our different colors. It all works in the same family, but it keeps it fresh across the length of the buy. Everything encourages them to learn more, get online. We have newsletters, banner ads that run within newsletters. Particularly, this is a Visit Florida by AAA that's running in Georgia and Florida. Uncrowded beaches, scenic trails, and eco-friendly family adventures await. In addition to a number of e-blasts that are targeted to people that have signed up to learn more. And so we can focus on couples to begin with a call to action to request a visitor guide, discover more, learn more, explore nature's playground. We also have paid social, which uses our video in like a smaller version. Of course, video gets the most play now, on social, so it's key to have something that's vibrant and engaging. Lastly, we have an Expedia landing page, so banners that run within their site click back to a landing page that they host. But on this site, it gives us a lot more real estate to, again, drill down into what the trails, tides, and layback vibes mean with additional photography. And each of these link back to the CVB's tourism site. So we're driving traffic to the site all the time. So the in-market messaging was those that were going to be on the billboards that are here within the county. So focusing on the dining, this is for that immediate response, beachside dining, 3 miles off of exit 284. You're not going to find a closer spot heading up 95 or south. So we want to encourage people to answer those hunger pains, whether it's with a food shot or something with a family, again, showing a great scene behind them, but great food and a great activity. So we just think with fresh new visuals that are focusing on ecotourism adventures, as well as dining in the beaches, along with a message we think is really strong and memorable, it's going to set the stage for Flagler County visitation for great success. And we're really just pleased to be part of the team that's going to take the destination, to the next level. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
I don't know if this would be necessarily for you or just, our tourism director and the marketing team. So you began the presentation talking about the pier as construction going on. The beach has construction. There's kind of a message on kind of getting folks away from that to look at other areas while it's being put under construction.
Right.
Is there any consideration on a rebound message because the beach is going to quickly be finished, and, have you seen our new beaches, or with a couple shots of just how large they are? Because if we're talking about posting up against, our competition beaches, I think that would be a strong message, because before you know it, the beaches are going to be finished. The pier's a long-term project, but that's a very small area. But the new beach is a potential large marketing opportunity. I've seen some pictures now of sunrises where there's people down on the beach and they're little tiny specks because the beach is so big. I didn't know if that was a consideration or not.
Well, part of the message here is, some of these animated banners, so out of every 3 shots, right now it's more of nature, eco, and then beach. So we always typically lead with the beach everywhere we go, especially any Florida destination. But really, I think the benefit of this campaign is that it can change to update to messaging, whether it's an e-blast. The social push is obviously going to be huge, and updating our assets to, the beach is open. We're not saying that don't go to the beach, but there's other beaches to explore. So, whether we call out Barn or at a different one, I think there's still that opportunity to say we still have great beaches, cinnamon colored sand, they're unique and iconic. So I think just when those, that messaging, could be updated, could be pushed out.
Is there something that we can do to educate the Flagler Beach business owners, kind of amplify the marketing advertising that you guys doing? Is there like specific tags that you can do that will just push some of your marketing advertising, or any way for us to all kind of?
Certainly, yeah. No, it's certainly, I think with our paid social, or we could, give you assets. I think part of supplying assets to your team. I know you were a great benefit for helping us out on the shoot. But yes, so I think providing materials or hashtags that will work for your team.
If I can get that from you guys, that'd be great.
Sure.
Side, any questions?
I would just piggyback a little bit, and I think you're absolutely right that the reconstruction of the beach visually is so engaging whenever I see those posts online. And even if it's not necessarily for these marketing initiatives, I think it's in everyone's best interest to document and inventory that progress, because that is a really intriguing and engaging transformation that our beaches are going through. So that was a great point.
Yeah, we don't want to say they're not closed. We want to make sure that's never comes out that nothing's closed. It's just.
Well, and the new beach essentially becomes a new tourist destination in a way, because that's an entirely new environment that folks can go and explore.
Anybody else? I just wanted to ask, when you came on board, what did you first see that was untapped that you wanted to take advantage of or create more opportunities?
I mean, I think, on a personal level, I've been through the county, but I think this, just even coming here was just, this would be a place, and just honestly speaking, that I would come, with a family or my wife, because it's, we're from the St. Pete on the West Coast. This is just kind of an undiscovered area. The Bulow Ruins, Princess Place Preserve, these kind of unique things. I mean, I live by the beach, so those things are more appealing to me, but I understand for out-of-state guests, the beach is usually number one. And then once you're on the beach for a couple of days, what else are you going to do for the rest of the week you're here? So that's part of our so I think just, and the trails, I mean, just love to be able to like get around would be, great, not have to use your car, or just be able to get out and bike around is, a great attribute.
Right. I was very excited to see the Bulow pictures. I just think it's such a great place to give tourists another change of pace when they come.
These hidden gems, I mean, it's really, it gives another reason. Again, we want people to stay longer, so give them more reasons to explore more. So that's objectives.
And how long have these been active?
They started running in July. So July, August, September is the media buy. Yeah. So the front load is family focused to influence the rest of the summer and into the summer. But fall, kids go back to school, we'll start transitioning to more of a couples images, couples in the video. And so that, kind of influencing the future travel, because there's always a couple months off from when they see an ad before they maybe start traveling.
And how will we know, like, what metrics do you use to gauge their effectiveness?
For the banners, we'll always have click-through rates across, can't click on a billboard, but we know site traffic, measuring site traffic from like, when the media started running, what is the curve on that? But obviously all the banner ads, anything, the videos, we have like, length of time on site that we'll be reporting.
Andy.
Yes.
Pam Walker. As I work in international tourism all over the world, I want to respond to the beach question. There are beaches everywhere, and although our beaches are unique with the pink sand and the coquina rock and things like that, people are looking for a beach with other things. So I think the advertising campaign that he is beginning adds to this, whereas there are thousands of beaches here in Florida. We're giving the people who are coming here something to be competitive with offering the other things that are a little bit out of the ordinary. So I am totally in approval of what you're doing because I think it adds a flavor of Flagler that people wouldn't normally get if they're looking for a beach destination. We have the beach and we have it all the rest as well. So I think it's a great campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would note, when we're showing the beach, we want to show that it's not high rises. You go to Clearwater, that's all you see. It's unique. It's rare anymore to not see, Fort Lauderdale, Miami type beaches. So that's another aspect is we want to make sure we're seeing, just not straight out to the water, but what's around us. So it is unique selling benefit.
Thank you.
Real quick, Dan Mondrian, will there be a campaign that's going to spotlight some of the lodging here in the county also?
Well, because there's so many different lodging, the only thing we really have was, we have a tease with the cottages that are out at Princess Place, but the highlight, usually it's just to get the awareness level, get people engaged of what they could do here, and then get them online to find out, where they want to stay and where they want to check it out.
Yeah, I was just looking when I saw you raising your hand for an opportunity for public comment. So if it's okay with everybody, I'll open it up for public comment following. So you'd need to come up, state your name, and you can ask a question.
So my name is Ximena Alfaro, and I'm actually a marketing agency
Can she
here
move the
locally.
microphone closer?
Yeah, you'll have to move it or come. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Ximena Alfaro. I'm actually from a local marketing agency here, Benito Marketing Group. But my question was just kind of going alongside with the lodging. I love what you guys are doing here. I was just curious, was the focus here strategically about our nature and our physical location, or will this piggyback onto a campaign in the future that does highlight the businesses here locally? Just curious because I get that question all the time.
Usually there's this.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Just usually, again, we're trying to take, with banner ads, we've got that targeted effect. You're online now, they know kind of your profile, and so we want to have our ads reach the right people. At that space, it would be, how many partners would you put in, and what would you say, to get into the message? So we really just want to kind of set the hook and get people engaged and excited about coming here and learning more. There's only so much you can say in a 15-second spot in a social ad, only so much you can say in a 30-second spot on YouTube. So we're really trying to get people engaged, that there's a variety of activities. This is obviously just a 3-month campaign. We're looking into the next year. So these things can be factored in. We're also looking at updating some of our print collateral to match this. So these are the opportunities to put some of the other information, getting people, whether it's a QR code to go for booking or to find, great places to eat, those opportunities that can be, again, we just got our foot in the door to start, getting the new campaign out there and awareness. And brand awareness is probably pretty big too. And making sure people understand where we are, where we're located, how do you get here, and those types of things, how to navigate.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody else have comments on the advertising? All right, we'll close public comment. Thank you very much. Anybody final questions?
Thank
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move to general business. This is 4A, Fund 1110, fiscal year 25 discretionary event funding. First one up is a $5,000 funding request, National Christian College Athletic Association National Championship, October 19th through 23rd, 2024.
Thank you, Chair. And also, if I could just close out what Tom was talking about and also address some of the questions Tom kind of touched on a little bit, but this is really, this campaign is the hook of why we should come here to Flagler, of these assets. And then once they click, when we have those digital ads, those e-news blast, when they click, it's where to stay, what to do. It then, what we need something to first draw them in to the website, and then that's when it's on us to make sure that website is as user-friendly as possible. Okay, so for item 4A1, we have the National Christian College Athletic Association Championship. That'll be held October 19th through the 23rd. Out at the Hammock Beach Resort is where primarily all of the players and their attendees, their guests stay. They use both the ocean course and the conservatory course. It's 21 teams, men's and women's, and they've been coming here about this will be their 8th year. And one of the things that's unique about this event that they do is they always do a local service project within the community, and past events have included a shoe gifting effort, food bank supplying, and kids clinics. And this event, estimated room nights is 222, and the request is to help sponsor their tee-off breakfast for up to $5,000, which is reimbursable, so they do provide those expenditures at the end of the event. There is someone here representing the Hammock Beach Resort who works closely with the event organizer. Unfortunately, the event organizer is away at a retreat. So if you have any questions specific to that event, I'll allow that person, Mr. Lewis, to answer.
Sure, come on up. Just state your name and...
Good morning. Kevin Lewis, National Golf Sales Manager at Hammock Beach.
Great, thank you. Questions on the item?
Glad to have him back.
Yeah, thank you.
Us too.
What's the best part? What do you like coming back?
It's just a great group to work with. What they do for the community just speaks volumes. It's you don't get too many groups that dive into a community like that, so it's nice to have that touch.
Good. All right, well, thank you.
Motion
Thank
to
you.
approve?
Okay, I have a motion to approve from Mr. Lugerai and a second by Ms. Cook.
Hey, Chairman, I need to abstain from voting as I work at Hammock Beach, and we have a block of rooms with them.
Okay,
And
very
we filled
good.
out the appropriate forms.
Okay, very good. All right, so I've got a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And one abstention. Thank you, that one passes. Item B, Fund 1110, fiscal year 25, special event marketing grant. This is a $15,000 grant to the Auditorium Governing Board for the Fitzgerald Performing Arts Center for the 24-25 season.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This one is from the Special Event Marketing Grant. So this is a grant that allows applicants to be reimbursed for all of their marketing that they do out of county, and also any printing or graphic design. This is for their entire season, and so this is reimbursable. So once they provide all of the backup, their canceled checks, they do get reimbursed. And I believe there's someone here from the organization that can help answer any questions.
All right, great. Back again.
Good morning again.
All right, and what was your name again?
So my name is Samina Alfaro,
Okay.
and I'm here on behalf of Amelia Fulmer. She's the director of the
Right.
Fitzgerald Performing
All right,
Arts
great.
Center.
Thank you for being here. Any questions from the board on this item? Okay. Need a motion for approval if that's the
Move
case?
to approve.
Seconded.
I'd have a motion from Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Clufus. Hearing no other questions, all those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you. And even though I'm not the Fitzgerald Performing Arts Center, I also want to say thank you because went to schools here and definitely benefited from the auditorium and everything that they give back to the community and how they work with other businesses here. So
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. All right, we'll move on to item 5. This is fiscal year 24-25 budget for funds 1109, 1110, and 1111. Do we want to take these individually? Or is it
I
group?
have a presentation that kind of
Okay.
goes through all the funds.
All right, very good.
All right, my first slide here is just an overview, a capture of all of tourism development tax. And I just wanted to highlight that in fiscal year 23, we collected for $4.5 million in bed tax, which was an increase of 3.5%. Year to date, we are at $3 million. And what we're projecting for fiscal year 25 is $4.4 million. So when you break down that $4.4 million, then 20% of that goes to capital projects, which will be approximately a little over $800,000, 2.6 into marketing, and $800,000 into beach renourishment. So now I'm going to take each one of those funds and give you just a quick screenshot. So this is the capital project, Fund 109. This top section here are revenues. So this is estimated cash carry forward, or those that aren't in governments, our savings account, I guess you could call it. There's the revenue that we anticipate, the interest, and then these are excess fees that are returned to us from our tax collector. And this is the expenditures that we expect to incur. And then that'll leave us with $6.1 million. Fund 110, the operating, same thing, the top here, the revenues, cash carry forward of $5 million, that 2.6, interest, the excess fee returned. Our expenditures, about $641,000 of that is personnel. The rest, 1.6 in operations and promotions. So this is the advertising, our website, our brochures, these grant programs, our pencils, and that will leave us 5.4 in reserve. Beach renourishment, cash carry forward, 1.3, the 880,000 interest, excess fees leaves us with 2.3 million. That was the speed version. There's really not, in Fund 110, the only increases that we had were to personnel, not because we're giving out raises, but because of cost of health insurance, FRS, all of those we really don't have much control over. We did increase advertising by $50,000, and the rest of the increases were small, but they add up where it's either the software programs that we have or our memberships. So everything else is pretty status quo for next year.
All right, thank you. Questions for Amy?
Make a motion to approve them.
I have a motion by Ms. Cook for approval of that, all 3 budgets.
Second.
Okay, and a second by Ms. Walker. Any final questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, item 6 is a presentation on the Eco Discovery Center. This is an update and recommendation for the Board of County Commissioners to designation and allocation of additional funding for the project. Ms. Lukasik.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to give a brief update on a couple of things with the Eco Discovery Center. Hopefully you all received your invitation. We are hosting a public informational meeting August 7th at Hilton Garden Inn. And this is for a lot of the potential partners that we have, not only here locally, but regionally. We have about 60 RSVPs so far. We have folks that are coming from Northeast Florida Regional Council, DEP, a lot of those type of agencies. So we're excited to see those interested. And what we'll be able to share is opportunities and look for interested parties who want to collaborate and work with us, and that could look a few different ways. And if one of the things we're working on is to be able to show a virtual tour, kind of have the center come to life so people can kind of start to wrap their head around it. So we've reached out to a vendor to help us create a video. So if you give me a second, I'm going to pull it up. I will preface by saying this is a first draft. We just got it yesterday. So there are things that if you come to the meeting, it won't be exactly the same, but this will at least start to give you a flavor. So 1 second. So just to remind everyone, because we do have some newer people on the board, that the Eco Discovery Center is a specific objective of the current strategic plan that was adopted in late 2019. And out of all these goals and objectives in that plan, this project is no doubt the one that is the biggest undertaking, which has consisted of years of research, due diligence, and financial strategy of staying committed, whether it was through the pandemic or hurricanes, and sometimes even being short-staffed. So even when revenues soared, we continued to operate the department with a conservative mindset. Most recently, Deborah and I toured 5 similar type of facilities throughout the state, and we were able to schedule time with each of those directors of those centers, and we asked a handful of questions, took pages of notes and hundreds of photos. And when you come to the informational meeting, we're going to have boards of some of those site visits so that and we're putting them in different buckets, whether it's this is how they did their gift shop, this is how they did the ticketing, this is how they did exhibits and education. So you can start seeing what else is out there. Last week, Deborah attended a visitor service summit in Tampa, where more best practices were heard from some of the best in our industry of what it takes to be a successful eco-discovery center. And when she was sharing her notes with me, one of the things that stuck out was at the very beginning of the summit, the CEO of Destinations International, which is our national industry association, he held out his phone, and I'm going to read from her notes, and he said, cell phones are not experiences. People want real experiences. And the overall theme was that people are shifting what a traditional visitor center is into these experience centers, however best they fit their community, and they're becoming, visitor center by typical definition by day and community hubs at night. So what I wanted to discuss with you now, because as some of you know, we were asking for legislative funding. We need to look at how we're going to continue to move forward in terms of funding. The legislation funding request was unfortunately vetoed, so now we have to continue to pursue other grant opportunities, which we are through the National Scenic Byway Federal Program. But in order for us to start moving forward in seeking an RFQ for designing planning, we need to formally and officially earmark funding that is currently in reserves. And I'm specifically going to touch on the reserves that are in Fund 109, the capital of what's left, and in Fund 110. So this slide here is reserve balance. Here's Fund 19. So if you recall back when I did the budget slide, it was 6.1. So out of that 6.1, already 1.6 million has been approved for the Eco Discovery Center. Here today, you have the opportunity to award $745,372 to a capital project grant program. So with those two, I'll call them expenditures, the estimated balance is 3.762 in reserves. Then in Fund 110, we have little over $5.4 million. So my recommendation of allocation is to officially designate the reserves from Fund 109, which is 3.762, and from Fund 110, 5 million, leaving 418,951 in reserves, which will give us a total of 8.7 million to continue to allocate an earmark for this project. So estimated project cost, this was done about 1.5 years ago. And from what we've been hearing is that construction costs are coming down. We're hopeful of that, but in any event, for the sake of today, we're sticking with construction costs being about 10 million. So this is something that we are submitting to the National Scenic Byway Grant Program when it opens up. We're just in a waiting game right now. But this is to see the breakdown. We are going to request 3.5 million from them. We would have 10.7 for a total project $14.3 million. Again, we're hopeful that we can get those costs a little bit down, but so with that said, approved TDT funding already reserved for the project 1.6. Today's requested allocation of 8.7 million, which would bring the total project at a little over 10.3 million. And that concludes my update and request from the board for to move forward with the Eco Discovery Center.
All right, open for questions.
I have one question, and it is particular to the slide as well. So if we're in a macro environment where construction costs hopefully are lowering, do these numbers include a contingency, or is that, it doesn't seem, is it a 10% contingency, and is that built into these numbers?
It is built in.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have.
Yes, Ms. Walker.
Again, this is Pam Walker, speaking in international tourism. These kind of discovery centers are a new hot word or a hot buzzword in international tourism. There are several sites I know of in Patagonia, one in Africa, one in Europe, and they are really, really well attended and visited and looked for in tourism because it explains not only the area that the Discovery Center is in, but also the history of the area and the flora and fauna. And now the tourism industry is looking for nature-based experiences. So I think this is fabulous, and I think it's just what tourism, international tourism, is looking at. I know we look at more domestic tourism, but we have a good domestic wellness and exploring or adventure tourism right now going on, and I think this is a wonderful addition to our county.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Can you go to slide 8? I'm looking for some clarification. So Fund 1109, you're proposing taking the reserve from that and putting it towards the cost, and then on the fund, what is that, 1110?
110,
Taking, now, Fund 1110, what exactly is that fund? So 1109 is our reserve, 1110 that's the operating?
This is the operating, yes.
So taking basically almost all of that, putting it towards it. It's very aggressive. We're taking almost all the reserve and all the operating money out and putting it towards that. I'm always, now, my comments have nothing to do with the concept of the Eco Discovery Center. I think that's great. I worry that this might be overly aggressive with the money, though. We're wiping out almost all the reserves. So I wanted to see how y'all thought about that.
Yeah,
Response.
and I can, 'cause a lot of thought went into this because I did how I came to the number. So typically, we wouldn't have this much money in reserves normally, but we know we've been kind of saving for this project. Never once have we had to go into the reserves, knock on wood, even through the pandemic. What we're able to do when, thankfully, again, because our office is able to be nimble, just like when there's storms or the pandemic, we're able to quickly adjust our budget right then and there. Where there's things that we're not committed to, that we're able to pause and put on hold. And keep in mind too, even though construction will still be happening, we're still collecting. So construction is, by the time the project's done, we're probably looking at 3 years. We're still collecting each of those 3 years. So the 400,000 will continue to increase just like it had in the past few years, if that helps put any comfort in your concern.
Amy, can you put up the slide that shows the 110 fund? It's from your budgeting slides. we can see what the estimate of income is, it's the CCF area, right?
That's, CCF is cash carry forward.
Oh, that's from,
Yep.
that's
So
what we've been saving.
that's what we currently have, that that will roll over.
Right.
I'm
And
trying
then-
to speak regular people in government.
Right. And then the 2.6 is
The
tax revenue.
The revenue, yes.
So you could estimate about that is what it's going to grow every year.
Well, we'll have the expenditures, right? So we never budget more than what we anticipate to bring in, yes. And typically, unless there's unusual circumstance, my rule of thumb is I'd like to keep 15% or so. That would be ideal unless there's things going on in reserves each budget year as well.
So just for posterity, if we look at those, if you can just go back for one more split second, just basically, it is 2.2 in expenditures and then 2.7, 2.6 in revenue. So we would be looking at, if everything else were to remain the same, carrying forward an additional $400,000 to $500,000 over the 3 years of construction, if everything were to remain the same, right?
Approximately.
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 Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you.
So it mount up to like 1.2? Is that what you're thinking, like over the 3 years? Gotcha.
Sir.
The other thought I had is I worry because this is such an aggressive move, there's other conversations happening, at the county government level, around the beach renourishment funding and where we stand with that. And not that we expect tourism to pay for that, but what impact would those potential discussions have on this pot of money if decisions were made? So I worry about that because you're basically taking the vast majority of your reserves and you're putting it towards this. But if other decisions are made surrounding what is the role of EDC and the funds, where does that lie with, I worry this might be happening before that decision and it might be out of order. That the discussion on where tourism lies with beach funding should probably happen first, so everyone has a clear idea of where the responsibility lies.
But that's a separate fund,
It's
is it not?
1111. Beach fund is 1111. It doesn't get
Different fund.
touched.
Yeah.
So
It's
it wouldn't
it's
have any
only
bearing
for
on
sand.
reserve.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Right. It is
These
only
res-
for
It's a
sand.
totally separate thing.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
And this,
We'll have to make sure for people listening, we do one
yes,
comment
We're
at a
only-
time.
we're only touching 2 funds of the 3.
And Commissioner,
Yes.
well, Nick brought up a good point. He said, where do those funds, is there any movement that can happen? We don't, I don't know if any of that can happen or how those funds work on the county level. You have any insight on that?
Would it start here, reallocation of funding?
Yes, which is our next agenda item discussion.
Lou's right.
So this isn't any pledging any future money. The next agenda item is discussion of future funding and how the pennies are allocated. This isn't about reserves. And so, the only way, it's great if we would have got legislative funding, but we know in order for this project to ever happen, we had to look at, we were 100% on us. And the only way to do it is to continue to save and save and save. And so that's what we've been working very hard to do. So I understand that there's also these other issues, but if not now, when can this project ever move forward? Because there will always be something, and the beach will always be there and will always need funding. Where this will, again, help benefit multiple partners, multiple businesses, multiple objectives, not only in our plan, but in the county's plan, as a strategic plan as well. We look to incorporate, arts and culture and history, and I'm not going to share all my informational meeting, but that's kind of the approach we've had to take. Is there's only one way to get there is by saving the money ourselves.
Commissioner Dia.
Yes, sir.
Good job on saving your money.
That's right.
The other thing is, continuing it is built, is there going to have to be money to go toward it? Like, will it be like self-sufficient on that?
Yes, sir, it'll be self-sufficient. Currently, right now, what we pay to operate the cost, like we pay rent now, electric, all those things is close to $100,000. So even if we stayed the same, but yes, we've done a 5-year financial analysis so that we can be self-sustaining. That's why it's important that almost every part of the center, except the administrative offices, are revenue-generating opportunities, whether to that event space, rental, the ticketing, the partnership, the pop-up opportunities, the gift shop, the outfitter rentals, those kinds of things.
I love the location of it. It seems like if a family was coming in, they could stop there and plan everything for it. Yeah.
Commissioner?
Yes, Ms. Cook.
I know I was there, but I know we have several members who weren't at the strategic plan building. And this was something that it was unanimous that this is what we wanted to see happen, which is why we started saving and saving and saving and saving. So I'm sorry for those who weren't part of that building time, but it's been 5 years since we made that meeting. And I know that it was even talked about the 5 years before that I wasn't there. So it's been a long time of saving and a long time of, if not now, when. So I'm all for when is now.
I think,
Mr. Clufus.
thank you. I would think that's a big component that we have to make sure that we educate the public on, that this isn't, fly by the seat of our pants.
No.
We're deciding to do this type of project. I will also note, I hate to say I experienced an experience center, but down at the Kennedy Space Center, they have an incredible experience center that doesn't have much to do with the anything related to space. It's all about the natural, pretty much everything that they showed in the rendering. So I do understand how awesome a type of facility like this could absolutely be, and I've experienced one quite recently.
Mr. Loutre.
It feels like this is scary because of the amount of money and the amount of reserves that we have. But as I was with Felicia during that strategic plan meeting, this is something we've always wanted to do.
Yep.
I commend our director for keeping us conservative through the hardest times in a lot of our lives. So for me, it's scary, but man, you can't be half pregnant. It's like we do it or we don't do it.
Yeah, thank you, John.
So for me, our director's been leading us in the right direction for a very long time. We have the money now. If we don't allocate now, then when? So at the end of the day, I think you did a great job.
I have a quick comment too.
Yes.
So if we have a reserve fund, it should be always to enhance tourism, not to save people. So if this enhances tourism and like Pam says, puts us on a level where international travel is looking at us, we have to be known for something beside a beach. Florida has beaches all the way around it. So we have to be, we love the beaches. We always work for them, but we have to work for the city as well. And for things so that we could be known for something. Because if you guys want to be a destination, we have to be destined for something.
Absolutely.
So I love it.
Yes. Mr. Cooley.
I just wanted to respond to some of the comments. I think some of my comments are being taken out of context. I was here for the inception. I was back here in 19 when we all agreed on the Eco Center. And none of my comments are against the Eco Center or doing it or moving forward with it. My comments were simply about just how much of the reserves are being taken out and how little's being left is that's my concern. I'm always I lean towards being fiscally conservative, and I just worry that so much at once is that can get risky. As far as the concept of the Discovery Center, I was part of the vote to move forward with that, and I still stand behind that. I think it's a great concept. I just worry about how much we're taking and how little we're leaving in the reserves. That was it.
Just to clarify quick, the grant that you're seeking, Amy, is that something that's included with this? So it's like if we get the grant, that's going to be part of that 14 total cost, that 14 million. So regardless, with the grant or without the grant, we're still going to use the allocations that you put forward to us today, right?
Yes.
And if we don't get that grant,
I'll be coming back for you with, I've been working with administration and finance, and also I did run these numbers through finance department, that they had a comfort level with what we were leaving in reserve, and they absolutely did. But we have spoken or had numerous conversations already, if we didn't get the grant, of other alternatives. So I would bring those options back to you.
and I think the thing that gives me a little bit more peace with this decision is this money can be still moved at any time. If next year there's an issue or something like that, it's not like everything, even though it's allocated to something, if something comes up, you're
No.
still able to.
No, that's what we're asking, is that that it's officially earmarked
So it's not that.
and that it's dedicated toward the project, and that we're sending a message, we're committed.
Yeah, and we never had to dip in the reserves before.
Well, we do when we do other projects.
Additional questions? After hearing comments and looking at the numbers, right, so piggybacking on Mr. Cooley's comments and Mr. Lugerai both had brought up issues. One is about the additional $4 million, which is still up in the air, and your explanation is still there's other options, but those aren't here in front of us right now. Those are coming back to us. So there's nothing concrete that we can look at for that other $4 million. Are we deciding, and some of this will affect, I think the point Mr. Cooley was making is deciding this before we have the next discussion. Are we, if there is decisions to reallocate funding, will that affect, one, future funding for the $4 million, but also affecting your other budgets? I'm just wondering if we're looking at this out of turn, if we don't temporarily table this or move it to the end of the agenda so we can look at the other items, was the only thing I was looking at. Ms. Cook.
I personally don't think we're looking at it out of turn. It was a decision we made. If we don't stick to it, if we don't earmark this money, then exactly what's going to happen is somebody else is going to come in and take it. That's what's going to happen. And that will never happen. So we have to decide, did we make the right decision? And I think we did. And now, because we have saved, we've saved enough that we can earmark it and know to move forward. So for me, I just think it's time.
I would like to call the question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Call the question to vote yea or nay.
I would like to make a motion then
Okay.
that we accept it, move forward.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Cook.
And second for
And
me.
a second from Ms. Walker, and we'll still have discussion. Yes, Mr. Clufus.
So I think it is prudent to look at it holistically and also proportionally how much this could actually solve as far as beach nourishment, because that's a huge project. So would these dollars have a significant impact if they needed to? Because I know we've talked about these numbers potentially near the 10 million mark. So with Commissioner Dance's comments, I think proportionally, I think it would kind of alleviate some concerns if we could just get a little bit of feedback from Amy, just kind of saying that this proportionally wouldn't be able to renourish, an entire beach, that the dollars are best spent in this manner, and that it wouldn't be a cure-all for potentially another year of not having a unified consensus on how to fund the beach nourishment. This wouldn't solve that problem fully anyway. Is that true?
Very. We wouldn't see, if we took 8.7 million and put it towards the beach, that would probably maybe 1 year, which we're not even responsible, we as the TDC, for 100% of the beach because there are private. We would not see our return on investment. The way we could make this money work much harder and see a much better return, not just to visitors, but to our residents, our community, and our quality of life. You would get more squeeze from the juice.
Yeah.
More juice from the squeeze. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
So we still have discussion. Mr. Lujrai, did you? Okay. All right, any other comments? All right, so the question's been called. We have a motion by Ms. Cook, second by Ms. Walker. And we'll go ahead and call a vote. All those in favor signify with aye.
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 And opposed?
Opposed. But
I'm opposed only because of the way we're,
do you want public comment on this item?
Yeah, we can do that. I'm sorry. We'll open it up for public comment before we go ahead and take the motion, before we take the vote. Anybody for public comment? Thank you for that reminder. All right, seeing none, we'll come back to the vote, and we'll just restate the vote. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Opposed.
I'll vote opposed just because of the organization. I would rather it be organized differently, but, so it's 5-2, 6,
6-2.
okay,
Wait, 1, 2,
7-2.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7-2.
7-2.
2 opposed. Did you? Okay, so 2 opposed, 7-2.
Both opposed.
I did. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, 7 is the discussion on funding a future beach and renourishment program. This is to receive an update and recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. This is for long-term annual funding and reallocation of the tourist development tax. Ms. Lucasik.
Thank you. So I just wanted to bring up this subject because it is a hot topic that's happening now throughout the community. And as most of you are aware, so far we have our office, our funding has been the only dedicated funding for the beach, and will continue to help fund the beach projects. I'm under the impression, but I know that there's a lot of moving parts, that the county, whether it's through private municipalities, however type of funding, would need to come up with approximately $7 million a year for an ongoing beach renourishment program. And so there's been discussions, of course, because that's a problem, and problems need money, and we have money. So there's been discussion of, maybe we should reallocate pennies, meaning that we would either no longer have a capital project grant program, or we would be taking from operating and promotions. I think that if that is the path that the Board of County Commissioners would like to begin to have discussions on, my thought is that those of you that were around back in 2017, the last time we reallocated pennies, we had a joint workshop with the TDC and the Board of County Commissioners so that staff can present all of the information and facts so that they can understand what that looks like. Because I think sometimes when you're up there saying, we'll just take another penny, that affects other programs. And you have 3 applications next up for the capital project program. Obviously, this is a popular program we're thankful for. And this also was in the strategic plan, was to award these types and invest in these types of capital project programs. So, it could affect this in the future. It could affect the operations, depending which way they want it to go. So what my ask is of the board is that the message that we relay back to the county commission is that in this fiscal year 25, if there is interest in allocating money to allow us to be have input and let the commissioners receive all the facts and data and have the board, the industry, the partners that would be potentially affected by this shift to have that opportunity to have their input and speak. So that's kind of my request, and open up for discussion of where your all's thoughts were. But that's, there's been no anything formal. I believe it was a meeting or so ago, Commissioner Dance did commit to bringing it up here. So if that's what we want to kind of reply back, if you will, to the commission, is that we just would like that opportunity to have a joint workshop so that they can have all the facts and data and input. Thank you.
Mr. Clufus.
Yep, I would absolutely, a joint workshop I think would be phenomenal, but I would also say that I support the current pennies where they're allocated. I think we've seen phenomenal results from these capital projects. Most recently, the Southern Rec Center. I think these type of projects enrich our area, and they're very important for all of the stakeholders that we have in Flagler County and Palm Coast. And I think if we see more projects at the scale and the, how phenomenal the Southern Rec Center is across Flagler County, I think that is holistically a phenomenal thing. So that's just my opinion, but I would absolutely welcome a joint workshop.
Mr. Lujrai.
I think a joint workshop would be beneficial for all of us, educate us, get us on the same page. There's a lot of moving parts with the beach, and I feel like it'd be best for everyone. It's a massive decision to move pennies around, and even though I love the allocations where they're at now, it seems to be working great for us. We don't know what the future holds, and I'll tell you, this beach is unbelievable of what they're doing, and obviously we want to sustain it, but also believe that just using all the TDC funds for that is not in our interest. We've seen so many impactful things that TDC has done for the business community, specifically through our hardest times again. I just love reiterating that, because that's really what they're here for, is to continue that commerce. So joint workshop, name a place, when and where.
Comments on this side? Now, $2 million has already been set aside. So I know as far as this year's funding for the beach, $5 million was part of the preliminary budget from the county, and $2 million here. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Cooley.
2 million, I think.
Comments I had are yes to the workshop, mostly so we have a good amount of data in front of us. It would be very hard, if not impossible, to talk about changing penny split here without any data. You're just getting into hypotheticals. Plus, that's almost a sledgehammer approach. So just as a hypothetical, let's say tourism traffic on the beaches is, say, we'll just use a random number, 20%. Director of tourism can get the arrivalist data, but let's say it's 20%. The question would then be, would tourism be able to contribute to beach renourishment, whatever percentage of the tourism traffic that the beach has? That potentially would be one angle. Well, you might not need to change the penny split to do that, or you might have to, but we don't know because we don't have any of that data in front of us. And I think that's really one of the main things that needs to happen when that workshop happens is knowing what is tourism, what traffic amount that is, what financial obligations potentially there could be with that, and can it be covered with or without changing the penny split? I'm not opposed to moving pennies around if it's needed. Yeah, they're good where they are now, but without any data, there's no way to call that.
Can you, for me, go back to the slide which had the beach fund breakdown?
1111.
Yes. So yearly allocation is $880,000 gross?
That's what we're projecting for fiscal year 25.
Okay, so really we've got reserves, so we have 2 million in reserves that we're allocating this year. And that's not anything that we can do based on the current revenue every year. because we're only bringing in 880,000. So I think the discussions are needed. The data is needed to make sure tourism, I think the discussion in the past is fair and equitable. So tourism based on metrics and data will pay their
Yes.
share. So that was just, I just wanted to clarify what our revenue is, and that's not with other fees taken out, but 880,000 a year. If things don't change, we'll just say 850,000 a year can be allocated to beach. Is that enough? I don't know yet.
And I think, not to pat ourselves on the back as an organization, but I'm going to pat ourselves on the back. Because of the decisions, the strategic and intentional decisions that we've made, is the reason that a lot of this funding is already there. You start taking the mechanisms that and the resources that we need to make this invisible cash register keep turning, that number may be 700,000. Those are the unintended consequences that could happen. But if we're allowed to keep doing what we're doing, obviously you saw the reserves. We have worked very hard and have demonstrated that we can be fiscally responsible, but we need those tools to continue to generate this revenue to increase the funds. Moving pennies would actually probably not give you the same amount. It has that possibility. We wouldn't see it right away. And so, and then it's going to be, well, then we need more. That wasn't enough. You didn't generate enough money without an understanding. Yes, but you took the tools and the investments that we rely on to make this happen. And I think that's part of that discussion in a workshop, so that there's some education as well of what we do and what we need to make that happen.
So for this item, what direction
I was just
are you
looking,
asking
I just
for?
publicly wanted to talk about it because it's been talked about publicly, and using pennies and TDC has been brought up. And since this has been our next meeting after this, I wanted to give the board an update of the discussions that have been happening in case they haven't watched any of the meetings. And then also just get the public consensus, the consensus publicly from the TDC that we would request a joint workshop if there is a serious interest in reallocation of pennies or any funding.
And I would say, since the reserve has been allocated, has been collected, and is going to be allocated to beach funding, as we have other discussions from the commission side on the renourishment funding plan, the beach management plan, and the funding with the other municipalities, this fits into that timeline of spending some time this fall to work out the details of the management plan, and that can be brought back here if there's, but I think a joint workshop is good. I just don't know when that will be, timing-wise, in our discussions with the other municipalities. But I do think it would be helpful. Or I'm sure we're going to talk about it at our next intergovernmental meeting. Other comments? Mr. Cooley.
If anything, just the data and the info gathering and sharing for ourselves and the public, almost that in itself would warrant, a multi-municipality style workshop with us and county. Because it hasn't really been discussed with data on where all these are at as far as traffic and having hard concrete numbers to work with.
Okay, so consensus on a workshop?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good, thank you. We'll move to item 8, Fund 1109 Capital Project Funding Program. We've got 3 different projects that have requested our time, presentations. We'll review each of these individually, the presentations for each. There's a lot of discretion with the board on how the funding will be allocated. It can go to one, it can go to a little bit to all three. That's up to the board's discretion. So once we have presentations, we'll convene back together for the discussion on everybody's. I know everybody has had, except for the three elected officials that will be abstaining from the vote, but we can still have input, just we'll have to abstain. So Ms. Lukasik, you want to take it?
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to cover a couple housekeeping items, mainly for public, for the record. So just so that the public knows, the three electeds will not be participating in the vote. This is due to a conflict of interest. And we had reached out to our legal department to get the clarification, because normally it's just that they wouldn't vote on their item, but because there is a possibility for not only a gain, but also a loss, meaning that there's more money requested than available. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of the directives from our legal department. The three elected members would verbally announce that they will be abstaining from voting on the matter. They should do so sometime prior to engaging in the discussion. And once they have declared their conflict of interest, they are free to fully participate in the discussion on the matter. The Code of Ethics requires the TDC members to abstain from voting on matters that would inure to their special gain or loss. This means that if there is more than one motion and vote on the capital grant matter, they should abstain each time, because they are only enough funds, there's not enough funds for all the requests. So after the presentations, then we'll have the three members do their public abstaining from the vote. So housekeeping for the TDC board, as you know, you have up to $745,372 at your discretion. You can award none of it. You can award all of it, some of it. You can even give it to the beach if you feel the beach should have it and not these projects. You can make that motion. You can give it to one applicant, two applicants, three applicants. It's really up to you. You will have the opportunity to see presentations and ask questions that you may have, and this may change your mind and your initial ranking, and it may not, and that's fine. I just wanted to go over the highlights of the criteria. The project must demonstrate a tourism economic benefit and or a promotional, meaning that the project must raise the community's profile as a tourism destination. It is a 50-50 cash match minimum, and that is reimbursable to the applicant once the project is complete and they have abided by the funding agreement that we enter with them. Applicants, housekeeping for you, if there are any components in your presentation or your application that are still maybe just conceptual phase, please be forthcoming with that information so that the board is under the correct impression that whatever you've shared with them, they'll take it that's as is, so that if there's any project changes once the money was awarded, they're awarding money based on what you're presenting to them. So if there's any parts that are up in the air, just please make that known publicly to them so they know that ahead of time. And with that, I think we'll be ready to start. The order in which you will hear the presentations was the same order that the applications were officially turned into the office. So the first one is the Flagler County for the Island House at Preserve, and we just need a second to set up.
Chair Dance. Yes, sir. Just a procedural question. So we were given grading sheets ahead of time, and I struggled with that a little bit because usually you don't grade anything until you're presented all the info and can ask questions. So I guess my question is, after the presentations are done and all the questions have been answered, is there a spot for the members to go and actually fill out the updated grading? Because to grade it before even a presentation happens, struck me as odd because you don't have all the data. How do we?
I had the same question with Ms. Lukasik, and I reference it back to the RFQ process. So we get consultants that submit packets, and you have to go through the packets and rank them. But then you usually shortlist those, and they come back for presentations. And then many times those presentations, you weigh those presentations differently after the fact. So what you graded their documents on, whoever was the highest ranked there could be the lowest ranked after presentations. So I think the thought process was this gives you the opportunity to, and I'll have Ms. Lukasik come in after me, but to review the proposals in their letter form in the writing, make sure they've checked all the boxes. You grade them, and then during the presentation, you listen to the presentation. You have the opportunities for them to influence your decision based on what their presentations are and how they explain things. So it can adjust. Your preliminary grading sheet is just that, preliminary. I don't think we're asked to go back and change those. Those are just a guide as like phase one. But Ms. Lukasik can clarify. That was the way she explained it to me and how we had that conversation.
Yes, it's to help guide both the board members and the applicant so they know what the board's looking for, and it's just to keep things a little bit more organized and keeping the priorities of the project of those 4 different criteria. I know that's economic, the soundness of the project, the feasibility, all of those components play a part. So yes, it's a guiding document, not in stone, and it's to begin the conversation that we'll have here today. And the presentations will spark new conversations as well, so kind of layered on top of the score sheet.
All right, very good. Does that answer your gut?
It half answered. Sorry to be difficult.
That's okay.
So the question is, after the presentations, is there a revision or another grading period to submit, or just no?
Just discussion.
Okay.
So we'll have an open discussion opportunity for people to talk about the presentations and maybe talk about their change of opinion based on the presentations. Mr. Lugeroy?
So technically, there's really no weight of those rankings as of now, because whatever we make the decision, we're not going back to that paper that we ranked. We're making the decision up here as a body.
Correct.
So they hold no weight anymore.
Mr. Kloufis?
And admittedly, my experience on our city council, we've had different level of council members who have different levels of engagement. It's always just a great way to make sure that everybody's looking at something too. But I understand all the commentary around it.
Everybody good on? All right. Very good. Welcome.
Good morning, Board. My name is Holly Albanese. I'm the Assistant County Administrator, Library Director, and I'm here today with a team from Flagler County, and we're here to present our project, and it's called Island House at the Preserve. And what my portion of this was doing the marketing analysis, the research in the background to show you how lucrative this project could be. So I'm going to start with that, and we'll go into marketing plan afterwards, which will be Karen Callahan, our Communications and Engagement Manager. And then at the end, if we have time, we do have a virtual tour, and then we can open it up for questions, and I have other people here for that. So, all right. Which one? The freeze button again? Yeah, okay. All right, sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Still not working, Carlos.
Points against.
Okay, all right.
It's stuck. I'm going
Sorry,
out the door.
we're at
Do
the
you see
virtual
it?
tour already.
Going out the door. Going out the door.
I'm just amazed at the level of presentations nowadays. The Eco Discovery Center walkthrough and what we'll see, it's amazing what they do nowadays.
A little boy skipping through the
We're
park.
all
Did you
set?
see that?
Okay, well, we got to slide 2, so we'll start. So this is about the Island House at the Preserve within Princess Place Preserve. It is already a well-known park within the tourism industry. Currently on the Visit Florida website, it is described as a scenic locale of natural and man-made beauty steeped in historical details. The Island House within Princess Place was purchased in 1996 by Flagler County. The building was originally built in 1978 by Louis Wadsworth, one of the founding family members of Flagler County. It has, for the most part, remained unused, subject to the elements, with the original and outdated decor. And I'm sure you can imagine a 70s, what it looks like. Shag carpet, orange and green, right? So we came up with a big idea. Let's remodel and renovate the Island House and create a world-class event venue. Princess Place is already visited by more than 60,000 people a year. So we have, obviously, the ability to tap into all those visitors. While the possibilities are endless, we will focus on the 2 major uses that we're looking at specifically for this marketing analysis, which is corporate retreats, or as they refer to as offsites, and weddings, but specifically destination weddings. Visitor history for the Princess Place. When looking at the visitor history for Princess Place, it was found that the most popular months are September through December, with visitors coming from Georgia to California and everywhere in between. The table shows visitor history from 2021 to 2023 and place of origin, whether in county or outside county. From 21 to 23, the percentage of visitors versus residents increased by 10%, going from 13.9% to 23.2%. So we first reviewed the data and statistics for corporate retreats. This slide shows a 10-year projection of the industry. What was found is that the industry currently produces more than $95 billion in revenue and is expected to increase by more than $510 billion by 2030, indicating that this is a good market to tap into. So looking at locations and types of venues in the corporate retreat industry, according to Forbes, corporate retreat locations are usually corporate-owned or leased for activities such as team building and employee training. While some companies hold retreats at conference centers and hotels, some prefer outdoor venues, like the Island House at Princess Place Preserve. When selecting a site, they look at size of group, activities held, and the budget. Overall, companies look for locations that can offer a wide array of amenities, including meeting rooms, on-site catering, and recreational activities. I think you will find the Island House has rooms that can be utilized for meeting, a nice caterer's kitchen, and plenty of outdoor activity space. Looking at the data on length of stay and cost for these corporate events, our research indicated that 81% of retreats involved a stay of 3 nights or more. The events were attended by more than 76% of the workforce, and the average cost for a retreat was about $220,000, with 19% of the companies spending almost $500,000. Looking at the difference between an offsite and a retreat, many companies differentiate between what is a retreat and an offsite. A retreat is more formal and focused on business. These typically do not include family members, and the topics of discussion are geared towards operations and professional development. Comparatively, offsites are less formal, oftentimes include family members, and locations tend to include more team building and camaraderie development. So some of the benefits to these company retreats or offsites, according to the research, in-person communication is 34 times more effective than virtual, with 34% of employees stating that they have more creative ideas in this type of venue. That number is much higher at 53% when taking into consideration the ages of 16 to 24. The research also indicated that 81% of millennials think they work more effectively with FaceTime with coworkers. The next one is destination weddings. We're going to look again at the market and the weddings industry projections. According to Statista and Global Newswire, the destination wedding industry will increase over the next 10 years to more than $103 billion by 2033. It currently sits at almost $64 billion. So the facts and figures for destination weddings, while there's a lot of research with various facts and figures on destination weddings, this slide demonstrates that this is a growing industry. Currently, the average budget for a wedding is $32,000, with around 50 guests in attendance, and creating more than $16 billion in annual spending for this industry. The most popular destinations in the U.S. are Nevada, Florida, and California, with 90% of couples citing climate as the top reason for choosing a venue. So local, regional, and statewide wedding industry statistics. According to Florida Department of Health Vital Statistics, there were more than 158,000 marriage licenses filed in 23 in the state of Florida. Of those, 12%, or 18,900, had spouses that were non-residents in the state of Florida. In Flagler County, 684 marriage licenses were filed in that same time frame, and of those, 90 had a non-resident spouse. Overall, it is possible that many of these non-resident spouses will have family members that will travel from out of state to attend the wedding. If you estimate 50 guests and just use half of that number and multiply that by 90, the potential just for locally sourced weddings could have more than 2,250 people from out of town attending a wedding in any particular year. This number is important as it will have a multiplier effect as it reverberates across the tourism industry within Flagler County. Many will stay for more than just the wedding day and will use local businesses, stay in hotels, and visit local restaurants. So did you know that Princess Place already has a history and statistics for weddings held in the park? These are usually held in the open field near the Legacy House. According to Flagler County Parks and Recreation Division, in 23, there were 20 weddings held in Princess Place between the months of December through July, and of those, 9 were non-residents. Further, 7 of the non-residents and 1 resident reserved cottages within Princess Place during their event. So local versus destination weddings, according to the Knot, which is one of the vendor marketplaces, it's actually the largest vendor marketplace and most popular online site for couples, they found that 2 in 10 couples are opting for a destination wedding, with a vast majority being held within the United States. Since we already know the most popular states are Nevada, Florida, and California, we're pretty sure we'll pick up most of those. Of these couples, more than half of them picked a location with special meaning, and 72% of weddings took place fully or partially outside. Island House has the potential for providing the best of both worlds, with an outdoor area for the ceremony and a beautifully appointed facility for the cocktail hour and reception. This facility, with its wraparound decks on both levels, provides breathtaking views of the pristine setting that surrounds the Island House and the iconic bridge that is well known to many coming to Princess Place Preserve. Top venue types for 22 were found to be banquet halls, farms, barns, ranch, or historical buildings. We believe the Island House falls competitively between the idea of a ranch and a historical building, providing somewhere between 13 and 20% of the market for venue choice. Looking ahead at the data from 24, looking ahead and with the current economy, many couples, in fact, 7 in 10, are reporting that the economy is having an impact on wedding planning. 38% are most likely increasing their budget, while 1 in 10 are going to decrease. Among those who plan to decrease their budget, they will make changes to decor or guest count, with 60% changing decor and the rest reducing guest count. The Island House can accommodate up to 120 guests for a wedding, making us a perfect venue for a small to mid-sized wedding. So we did some research on the impact of destination weddings to the tourism industry, and we found the following. Number one, many communities use events as a catalyst to tourism development since they deliver both economic benefits and job creation. Two, visitor spending contributes to the local economy by increasing the demand for goods and services. Three, by promoting packages for various goods and services like music, catering, photography, and accommodations. And if the couples use these services, this will help to subsidize the local economy through a multiplier effect. 4, 87% of vendors confirmed couples are organizing activities for their guests during their stay. And finally, overall, it was possible to conclude with the data that the wedding destination that market contributes positively to the expansion of the events tourism industry simply by arranging the extra activities for its guests and promoting the goods and services. So this is our forecast for the first 3 years. We've tried to be really conservative on those numbers. And you'll see by year 3, we expect that income will definitely rise and our net profit should be more than $670,000 with everything that we plan on doing. We can turn around and use those revenues and put it back into Princess Place and specifically the Island House. And that's what we would like to do during our phase 2 of the project, which we'll go into a little bit later. But yes, we'd like to use that revenue back into the Island House. This is our timeline. We expect once funding is received, we would complete design by January 25 with a grand opening of October 25. We would hire an event coordinator somewhere between January and March so we could get them on board, and they would start advertising the venue and taking reservations sometime in April so that we could get on the ground, immediately start running with the project. And once we open, we'd start with activity with having events being held there. So I wanted to briefly discuss that we found other ways, other events. So briefly, we wanted to mention that this venue will be open to more than just weddings or corporate retreats. Other events may include baby showers, birthdays, reunions, anniversaries. However, there is a new trend across the U.S. called wellness tourism that we felt, based on the current market value of this industry, was important to mention as an added option. Wellness tourism is a concept defined as travel associated with pursuit of maintaining or enhancing overall health and well-being. It was found that spending time outdoors can be mentally and physically restorative. It can reduce stress and improve attention to or focus. Currently, the market value of this industry sits at $451 billion, but is expected to explode to more than $1 trillion by 2030. Experts predict that the wellness economy will increase at an annual rate of 9.9%, with wellness tourism growing by 20.9%. This industry may be even more lucrative given the location and amenities within Princess Place Preserve and the Island House. And this explosion with the wellness tourism is actually a result of COVID. So now we're going to move into the marketing plan. So I'll turn over the presentation to Karen.
Karen Callahan, Communications and Engagement Manager for Flagler County. Imagine a blank canvas, a bright future, and community resource. So imagine a landscape where beauty meets untouched nature, where serene and crystal clear waters reflect the splendor of an unspoiled environment. Picture a setting that embodies nature in its most pristine and every element harmonizing to create a tranquil sanctuary. This is a place where the natural world is celebrated in its purest form, offering a breathtaking escape into a realm of extraordinary beauty and serenity. This is the Island House at the Preserve. So glad that video worked. So, the Island House at Princess Place is an environmental treasure. It is both the oldest intact structure within the county and contains Florida's oldest in-ground swimming pool. It's often referred to as the crown jewel of Flagler County. Princess Place remains the busiest and largest amenity at 1,500 acres. While a comparable option does not currently exist in Flagler County itself, similar historical venues in private settings include Castle Gardens in St. Augustine, the Bonnet House Museum and Gardens in Fort Lauderdale, and Villa Festa in DeLand. As Holly mentioned before, our target audience will include Flagler County residents, event hosts, and visitors for destination weddings. So establishing Island House as an event venue will serve both visitors and residents while ensuring economic vitality through sustainable and preservation efforts. Again, repeating what Holly said, potential use cases would be more than just weddings, destination weddings, people living here weddings. It could be for corporate events, it could be for birthday parties, reunions, agritourism. And that would be our clientele. So again, we'd be establishing Island House as an event venue to serve both visitors and residents alike while ensuring the economy vitality through sustainable preservation efforts. All event proceeds will be reinvested into Princess Place for maintenance, amenities, educational programming, and more. And we are into marketing. As far as marketing, we would be including, marketing would be accomplished by accessing several platforms in multimedia formats, including but not limited to photo and video, written copy, all for websites and social media and other accessible cohesive channels. The digital marketing for our guests and customized media presence, we would be providing tiny URLs and QR codes that those guests then can in turn use in their own social media marketing. Oh, I switched that. So they would be, as you see up top, we would have QR codes. They can share their websites, share their QR codes on their own social media websites as well. For cross-promotional. My slides were backwards, sorry. We were also planning on doing merchandising. The merchandising and swag would be sold separately for visitors and given as upgrades to event host, increasing brand awareness. And through the branding, we will use a comprehensive strategy to create and maintain distinct imagery and identity to the Island House and the services it has to offer. If you can see from my previous slide, even with the leaves that we're using on the merchandise, those directly relate back to the logo that we have for Flagler County. But it's a way to keep the branding, the look and feel of Flagler County and still be identifiable with the Island House at Princess Preserve. All of our marketing will be ever evolving, so to ensure we remain effective and relevant in this dynamic environment, the adaptability allows us to respond swiftly to new opportunities, emerging trends, and feedback from our stakeholders. By continuously evaluating and refining our strategies, we'll be able to optimize the approach to better align with changing needs of our audience. So here, we identify our tier packages because we will be offering a variety of tier packages for people who are interested in our event venues. So overall, the selection, we have decided on using birds initially to identify our tier packages. The selection of birds for this 4-tier package system is intended to convey distinct levels of service, expertise, and value, while also honoring the natural beauty and biodiversity of Flagler County. Each of the birds here are native to Florida and can be found in abundance at Princess Place. So to explore the tiers, we will begin with the Osprey, which is tier 1, which is our most basic package. So the Osprey was chosen for tier 1 because it's the most basic package due to the widespread distribution and familiarity of the Osprey in coastal regions. It's a common sight among coastlines. Ospreys symbolize accessibility, inclusivity, making them an ideal choice to clients seeking introductory event planning services. With Tier 1, it includes full use of the Island House facility for 3 hours, including tables, chairs, amenities, local vendor for tourism recommendations, and an on-site event coordinator. The accommodation would fit up to 30 guests. Our 2-tier package is our intermediate package. We've named it the Egret. It was selected for Tier 2 due to the elegance and grace, which reflects the enhanced level of service and sophistication offered by the package. So by choosing the Egret, we aim to convey a sense of elevated quality and style, appealing to clients who desire a step up from the basic offerings. So Tier 2 would include everything that you have seen in Tier 1, and the upgrade would be a 5-hour limit for use of the facilities and accommodations for up to 50 guests. And we would like to offer an equestrian option to that as well. Next on our list is Tier 3, which would be the heron, which, as many of you might recognize as the bird from our Flagler County logo. The heron was chosen for Tier 3. It's the deluxe package due to the stature and prominence in the wetland ecosystem, symbolizing the elevated level of expertise and comprehensive services provided by the package. By associating the heron with Tier 3, we convey a sense of professionalism, reliability, and strategic thinking. So Tier 3 would include everything that Tier 2 contains. It would extend the stay for the events to 8 hours and up to 100 guests. Now, with the coming of Phase 2, we would add the Eagle, which would be our premium package. The Eagle was selected for Tier 4 due to its status as a powerful and iconic symbol of strength, leadership, and excellence. By aligning Tier 4 with the Eagle, we communicate a commitment to delivering unparalleled quality, innovation, and personalized service. So, of course, then Tier 4 would include everything that Tier 3 has: room for 120 guests, the option for an overnight stay at the guest cottages with VIP upgrades to include concierge services. We would also be offering a la carte services, which would include the plain air packages that could offer exclusive access to various parts of the property, and also include fun things like yoga, art, and photography classes. Another a la carte option would be the suite package, and that would include exclusive access to the Island House property and detached mother-in-law suite. And now Holly will be back to talk about Phase 2.
Okay, moving into Phase 2, we just wanted to give you a glimpse of what Phase 2 might look like going forward. So, Phase 2, we expect, will include 7 meticulously crafted cottages nestled in the serene surroundings of the Island House, with each cottage spanning over 1,000 square feet. We envision that these cottages will be named after Flagler County places or people with historical significance, such as the DuPont, Bulow, Malacompra, Flagler, Bella Vista, and Princess Place. These cottages will not only reflect our vintage Florida lifestyle, but will also be steeped in the rich history of Flagler County. It is our intent for these cottages to truly be where modern luxury meets living history. Some of the features include 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,000 square foot with pristine views, porches, and Wi-Fi. The Princess Suite, which will become part of our exclusive Eagle package, will feature a spacious master bath with a jacuzzi tub. Sleeping for up to 6 guests with varied size beds and sleeper sofas. Cottages closest to the island house will echo its vintage architectural charm, with the remaining cottages showcasing a distinct coastal or county aesthetics. We also want to immerse our guests in the history of Flagler County. Some of those experiences will include cottages featuring displays of diverse artifacts and information about our rich history, which will then be enhanced with augmented reality for enhanced storytelling with contextual understanding of the area's history and heritage. What you're looking at is an aerial view of Princess Place, but specifically the land surrounding the island house. We are planning for 7 cottages spread out around this area. The arrows indicate those locations. The first 3 will be placed in the location closest to the island house. But all the cottages will have a view of the pristine landscape, wildlife, and the iconic bridge. And I don't know if you guys can see that. Those are the 3 that we would start with. Okay. So as part of our presentation, we wanted to show you some of our concept cottages. This first cottage is reminiscent of the island house architecture. This floor plan allows for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, or a 1-bed with a luxurious master bath and a wraparound porch. This is the concept we would like to build first and closest to the island house. We would build 3, with 2 having 2-bed, 2-bath, and 1 with the 1-bed, 1 large master bath, becoming our Princess Suite and part of that Eagle package we mentioned. The next cottage is what we are calling a Flagler County farmhouse style with 2-bed, 2-bath, and a full front porch to enjoy the views. Lastly, this is a typical vintage Florida style cottage, again with a 2-bed, 2-bath, and a full front porch. This porch could be screened in for enjoying those evening views. Okay, this brings us back to the west view of the island house. After full renovation, this side will face the improved koi pond and future cottages. We'd like to go into the virtual tour at this time. And we're just going to show you, this is the upper level of the island house, and you can see how it would be set up for a wedding or another type of event. And you can see the views from outside as Carlos moves the arrow around, so you can get a real feel for what that room would look like. And there are restrooms up there as well. Then if we head downstairs, this is what we envision as the cocktail reception, cocktail hour, or it could be used as a meeting room. They could hold birthday parties down there. That's on the first level, and there is a kitchen right off of that. And as we go into the large kitchen, you can see it's a caterer's kitchen, has many amenities, including a restroom facility for staff. And then if we go back out, back upstairs, and then we see the views, we can go outside onto the deck, and you get an idea of what the views are like out there. And there is a view of the iconic bridge. These decks wrap all the way around the building. And we're going to go back down. Yep, we're going to head down there. and we're going to go to what's called the mother-in-law suite. We're going to call it the bridal suite. We envision this is where the bride and her entourage will get ready. And you can see it's set up right now with a bedroom, but we could set it up with places for them to get ready. There's a dining area, kitchen, and there is a bathroom in there as well. And then, of course, that also has a lot of really great views. And that's it for the virtual tour. We go back to the slide. So this rendering on the presentation is also part of the gallery you see behind you. We have brought for you today 5 renderings showing you various views of the Island House at the Preserve and all the potential that it holds. One final point to show you, we have tried to think of absolutely everything. The easels that these renderings are sitting upon will be part of our future marketing for the venue. Many events will have welcome signs and themes. They will choose colors for flowers, linen, and other decor. This little touch to be able to select a silver, gold, rose gold, black, or white easel for their welcome sign is just one more way we are providing unmatched service, and we will make this a popular destination for all events. So on behalf of Flagler County, myself, and Karen, we give you the Island House. Thank you for this opportunity to share the future of Princess Place Preserve. If you have any questions, we also have Mike Dixon, General Services Director, and Mike Lagacy, the General Services Assistant Director, here as well. Thank you.
Turn that back on. Questions for Ms. Albanese? Yes.
Here I go again with my international. You said in your statistics that 80% of your business is local. And you also said that the Knot magazine, 91% of U.S. destination, that 91% of destination weddings are here in the U.S. From an international perspective and a person who books destination weddings, I disagree. I love your project. It looks absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
It really does. So I think it's lovely for our local businesses, but I do not personally, I do not see international people, my destination weddings that I book, coming here to that. They're always looking, here again, they're looking for a beach. They're looking for something romantic out west, like you said, Arizona, I think was one of the places, or Utah, where they have these special scenic things. And while this is very scenic, and I think it's a wonderful project locally, I just don't see it drawing tourism here. And that's, I'm sorry. And plus, I think the fact it gives competition with your cabins and your cottages, I think it gives competition to our local hoteliers. And I find that a problem.
Okay.
That's it.
Mr. Mundrine?
Thank you. How would the Island House market the local hotels on from your platform? And would there be a commission for any inquiries that you get that get outsourced, that get sent our way?
As we plan on actually working with the tourism department and actually having a list of local vendors available for anybody, whatever event it is. So we do want to have all of that information available to them, including local hotels. There aren't enough cottages for them to stay in the cottages, so they would have to utilize local hotels. And while I know when I speak of destination weddings, I'm not necessarily speaking to international, I'm speaking to people throughout the United States, and of course, I'm speaking to our local people as well within the state of Florida. A destination wedding might not just be outside of the state of Florida, it's within the state of Florida as well. But we do foresee working with the tourism department and eventually your Eco Discovery Center, and we would have brochures available there at the event, at the venue as well. I'm not sure about the second part. What was the second part of your
Being
question?
charged for commission if we take on
Would
accommodation rooms.
would we charge or?
Yes, would you charge our hotels commission for the rooms sent over?
No,
Okay.
no, we would not. We would advertise all the local hotels that are here in the county. Again, Princess Place cannot, accommodate all of the guests that we're thinking would be attending. So we have to be realistic. These cottages would be available not just for not just for the Island House, but they would be available for Princess Place in general. And my understanding, the current 3 cottages are rented out pretty much all year long.
One final question on your tourism economic benefit, your projections from year 1 to 2 to 3 on ADR starting at 188 to 200 to 225. How did you come up with those projections?
It was just based on estimates of what we expect. We know, we tried to keep it very conservative. We know in year 1, it's going to take a while before people get to know you, get to see you, find out where you're located. There's a lot of marketing and advertising that has to go into year 1 to get our information out there. We've got to work with a lot of different entities, which is why we need to bring in an event coordinator right away, because this is what they do all year long. And we need to bring someone in experienced who does this for other venues that can really guide us and make sure that what we're doing will get the biggest bang for the buck. But basically, they were just estimates. If you have 12 months out of the year, how many approximately uses you could have during each month. And that was just on weddings. We could not estimate the birthdays, the anniversaries, all the other uses that will come into play. Because I'm not talking about this venue just for destination weddings, but there's other events. There could be family reunions as well. Think about family reunions. They could be coming from all parts of the country, and they then will have to have a place to stay as well. So that's kind of the way we did it. We expect it will take us a good 3 years before we start seeing a really good return on our investment. But the great thing about Princess Place is all the money that you create, all the revenue has to go back into Princess Place. So that money would then be utilized for the Island House.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Robinson.
Hi. Thank you, first of all, for doing your presentation, because I'm just going to be flat out clear and say that I wasn't a fan when I went through it by myself. So probably because I couldn't go up and down the steps.
There
And
is
I
a,
only saw the title.
there is a, just so everybody knows, there is an elevator as well. Just, I know it's not clear and it probably wasn't shown, but once you become a venue, you're required by ADA rules to have an elevator. There is an existing elevator in that building currently. It will have to be obviously renovated, but there is one now.
Yeah, I was talking about the virtual tour. But anyway,
Yeah.
thank you for that information.
Yes.
My question was, well, first of all, let me say I'm glad that it's not a wedding destination venue only type of concept that you have, because that's funny. I do like the fact that you have it as a venue for all kinds of events, because that's where it would be beneficial to Flagler County right there, since 80% of your people are in the county. But I have a couple of questions, like what marketing will you do for the people that live here? Because I'm going to tell you, I sit on this committee for the second time, and I just found out that you guys had the oldest in-ground pool from one of my friends who came here from Ohio. So she knew about it in Ohio, but I live in the Z section and I didn't know about it.
Right.
So we need that marketing for as far as tourism to be around here, because these are the people that are gonna come to it, not that many out-of-town people are gonna come. Second thing,
okay.
one of your weddings that you had last year was at my hotel, at the Hampton. And I don't know what you guys offered the people to do, but I sent them to the beach because after the wedding, they really didn't have anything to do, and I got about 5 rooms out of it. I'm not really concerned about how many rooms that we're gonna get out of it. I just wanted to know, like, what type of companies do you think are going to come there? Like, to have, y'all set companies, so what type of companies? I'll give you them two.
Okay, so let me start with the first question, and I apologize again. I was so focused on the second one. Just remind me again, what was the?
What kind of marketing are you gonna do with us
For
in
the
the
local.
county? For the local people, because you said in the slide that 79, 80% of the people that visited the area were actually people from the county.
Yes.
And so,
Absolutely. So currently, obviously, you see Princess Place has 80% of the population is internal residents. And we understand that. We are going to market in various ways, obviously, social media, the website, and we do plan on, again, Princess Place is well known. It's on Visit Florida. It's on your own Visit Flagler website. So Princess Place is currently well known within the state of Florida. But we do need to do a lot more advertising, marketing that is going to be huge. That's why we want to get the information on the various, we talk about them, the vendor marketplace websites, like The Knot, for couples that are looking to get married, whether local, regional, statewide, throughout the country, doesn't matter. The Knot is the largest vendor marketplace for that particular venue. And there are vendor marketplaces for corporate retreats as well. We'll look for one for wellness tourism. As you saw, that's huge right now. I could envision yoga classes, and there's loads of activities. We're talking Princess Place in and of itself has equestrian trails. They have hiking, biking, birding, kayaking, but we would also bring in information from our local businesses that provide maybe activities that these people coming to visit to use our venue would be interested in doing, because as we said, they might not be here just for a single day. They may be here for more than one day, and you need to show them potential activities, which the Eco Discovery Center would be really important in that. And the tourism page, Palm Coast Flagler Beaches, obviously. The beach would be a popular destination, no doubt, with any tourists coming in. So that's kind of where we're going with the marketing to begin with. It's ever-changing. So as we go and we learn more, we'll pivot and make any changes that we do, because we're invested to make this project successful. Because what I will tell you is the Island House, as you know, has been sitting there pretty much unused. It was built in 1978. As I said, the decor internally is still 1978, and we need to do something. And it was always meant, when Flagler County purchased it, that was one of the things that they had said. They wanted to utilize this facility as either a conference center or meeting room. So this is still in line with what we intended for that use.
type of companies, again?
Any vendors that would be utilized for these types of events. It could be catering. It could be any activities that we have locally, whether it's the kayak companies, and then of course the hotels, because people will need places to stay when they're here. So the music, video, photography, any of those, even family reunions might utilize tables, chairs. So there could be many, many different local vendors, and our plan is to first create a list of every local vendor company and have that list available so that when we are asked, and undoubtedly you are, if you're having somebody from out of state or even out of the region, they may want to know where to go to get whatever it is they're looking for, whether it's catering or accommodation. So we need to have that information on hand. We don't want to gain anything from that. We're not looking for any compensation for providing that. As we said, we're trying to provide what we consider unmatched service to our, whether it's our residents or our guests, so.
And one last comment. As a person who lives in Florida and had a destination wedding a couple years ago, we picked St. Augustine only because there were going to be plenty of things to do for our families coming from Pennsylvania, Michigan, and California.
Sure.
So I would just suggest that you continue that on that line to make sure with that wedding part that there's plenty of things to do for the families when they come, because they're not going to come for one day.
Right.
They're going to come wanting to have a lot of things, and that's probably going to be the biggest goal of the bride, is to have things for the families to do that they wouldn't normally do.
Absolutely. That is one of our priorities, our concierge services that we referred to.
Thank you.
Questions on this side?
I just want to commend you for your research and the team that you put together. Present all this stuff to us. It was very, very thorough.
Thank you.
Regionally, I think it's going to be good for us within the state. I've also catered a few weddings over there. Will this project be able to move forward without this grant?
We've been talking, the General Services Director and myself, and we do want to move forward no matter what, but we're going to have to look for other funding, obviously. We had to match anyways, whatever we received, and General Services has a team that can help do some of the work, so that would offset costs as well. But yes, we do want to proceed, and if I have to look for another grant, I will.
Is there a amount of money that you can think of at the top of your head to continue the project? What's the minimum amount that you're like, hey, if we could walk away with this to keep this moving, what would you say?
Maybe about 500,000 versus the 735. I think it was 745. 745, 732, something like that.
And my last question is operationally, the hierarchy over there, you said you need an event coordinator.
Yes.
But other than that, is it just maintenance service staff? You're not staffing caterers, you're not staffing wait staff, any of that stuff. It's all, you're just the venue and everyone else is going to be outsourced for the most part.
We're just an event venue. We're going to start off small. And as we build revenue, we will make whatever changes are necessary. We have to see what our clientele would want. That's important, the feedback as well you get from the clientele on what they want to see. But no, we want to leave some of the catering and all of that to the businesses within our community, because that's the point, is that whole multiplier effect, is that we bring them in, we give them, the list of services that are available for their event, and all the companies get to jump on board and make some money off of whatever this particular event is. We'd like to have, at the very least, tables and chairs. I'll tell you from my own experience, my daughter got married in 2015. We had a destination wedding, which was at Tybee Island Wedding Chapel. Maybe you recognize the name. In 2015, just for the venue, the tables and chairs was $5,000 for the day. That's like almost 10 years ago. So, and then we had to go out and get all local caterers, linen, everything. So we had to find people in the area. We worked with an event coordinator to help us with all of that.
Thank you.
Ms. Cook.
I ditto the fact that, or triple it, or I think there's 8 of us up here now, or 9, 10, 11, who cares anymore? On paper, I gave you guys a 9.
Thank you.
No, that's very bad, I think. But
Is it? Oh,
yeah,
I don't know.
I think it is. But I gave you guys a 9 because on paper, I can't see it. Mike, you know that I have tried to. I've lived in Flagler County now for almost 6 years. And our family tries to rent a cottage out there. In my time here, we've never been able to do it. They're like gone. There's only 3. They're gone. They're gone. So that was my biggest stumbling block with this, because on paper, they're going to rent cottages. Well, you're going to build 7 more, but
Right.
Michael, are they going to be compostable toilets, and are they going to be eco-friendly? And, that's what I look at it as a park. Our family's a state park, national park, county park peoples. And that's what we like about the parks, is that they're eco-friendly. And so when you're doing all of this building, I really want to say, please look at that. Please look at how you can make sure that our nature is preserved and what you're doing to it. Couple questions. When did the county buy the house? You said 96, I think?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, it was the goal to make it a meeting place in 96.
Yes, conference center, meeting place, yes.
That's my point about our eco-friendly welcome center. We made a goal and we started saving for it, because we don't want that issue. We don't want to say we're building it in 2024 and not get to build it until 2044. So I wanted to know, how much has the county put away, knowing that that's what they purchased it for? How much have they already put away to help make this happen?
Well, obviously, the grant requires the match, so we're going to match that amount. So we'd have to put $750 into the project right away. But the park does collect what they call impact fees, which could be also utilized towards this. In the past, the county has obviously put money into Princess Place, and I think these 2 gentlemen could speak more to that than I can. But over the years, there have been other priorities in the park, whether it be the Legacy House, the barn, the bridge, the iconic bridge. So there's been a lot of priorities over this particular facility. And honestly, that's part of why we're trying to get a grant, because we need the extra, obviously, the assistance to help make this a reality. But we don't want to just renovate it because it's sitting there and do nothing with it. That's the point of coming up with this world-class event venue site, because we have a vision of how we can utilize this going forward.
And a little bit of, I think, reality with the numbers. Having been a wedding coordinator for way too many years, and no, I don't want to do it again. My best friend, they have.
Oh, we might be hiring, so.
Yeah, no. Bridezillas exist, just letting you know.
Yeah.
But I have my best friend, they have a place up in Georgia that is a destination wedding place. They're booked out 2 years in advance for every day. So your numbers of year 1, 2, and 3, the weddings aren't going to be what gets you there. So you're going to have to really start kicking up with those corporate meetings or family reunions or whatever, because if it's truly a destination wedding, they're booked out. Again, if you go to their website today, you can't get there until the 3rd year.
Right.
So, and they do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They do them all.
Well, I mean, obviously, the venue would be available 7 days a week, 12 months out of the year, but I can't predict how often. I mean, I can say every weekend day might be a wedding.
Might, yeah.
Might. Yeah. But that's why we want to open it up to more than just weddings, more than just corporate retreats, wellness tourism, birthday parties, anniversaries. So that's why we came up with those
Other
a la carte options.
Yeah, because there's only 8 weekend days, maybe 9, depends on your month. But
exactly.
And there's 30 average people days in the month. So it's not going to exist just on weddings. So I am very pleased, as Lisa was, to see that those other things are really a more numerous part of what the papers might have told us. So I think that was it for me.
Okay, great. Anybody else?
Chairman, I got a
Yes, sir.
question. Holly and
Yes.
y'all guys, great job.
Thank you.
Seriously, really
Thank you.
good. At Hemming Beach, we probably do about 45 weddings.
Sure.
And we always want more and everything. Ponte Vedra Inn and Club, they'll probably do, we just talked the other day about 35 at the inn and 35 at the club. So we look at weddings a lot. The Knot is awesome, and whoever you do hire, just send them to those shows. And we're doing a shoot last 2 days with St. John's Illumination on different wedding sets to get out there to people. But is the space, is it, can you divide that space? Or is that space just all one big space inside?
Well, there's 2 levels to it, so it's upstairs and downstairs. They're connected by a staircase
Yes, ma'am.
and
Yeah.
an elevator.
But I mean,
Can it be used for 2 separate events at the same time?
Gotcha.
I think it would depend on the events, but
Okay,
yes,
I
you
got I
could.
meant like that upstairs. Is that upstairs divisible? Or is it just one big room?
It's one big room.
One big room, okay.
One large
And,
open room.
I think whatever you do, that the rental cost, the 20 weddings already on that grass area, that's awesome. And everything. Is there a rental on that? And I probably should know that.
There is, and I've talked to the general services director already, and I said, "You're not charging enough.
Well, that's what I was going to ask
You're
you.
not charging enough."
Yeah.
I think it was like $100.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah,
I totally
they're
get
not
that.
charging enough for sure.
And so that, and then whatever rental thing you do, if you see it is September through December is the prime months, just, I would increase it dramatically on there.
Yeah.
Like Felicia said, you only got so many dates, and so we do weddings on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, during the day on Sunday, just to try to help them out with cost. But then I think you could charge for vendors on there, but y'all won't mess with anything food and beverage wise at all, right? That's something you're just gonna allow outside
Yes.
folks to do. Got it. And then the road getting out there, is it still kind of bumpy? Cool.
It's maintained daily.
Maintained down. I know they come and just shave it down and then probably, and then
Right.
parking for the
There,
venue.
parking will be accommodated there. There is that's part of the renovation project, obviously. There's a large field that would have to be upgraded
get
to
it
be
ready
able to
for it. Gotcha.
accommodate the parking, but there is. And there is a huge open field there as well where the koi pond is. The koi pond needs to be upgraded as well. But that open field,
Thinking like a tent or something
it
like
could
that
fit a
and
tent.
stuff
You
like
could just have your ceremony out there.
Yeah,
If you've never been there, it's absolutely beautiful. What I envisioned was when I first looked at it, there's 2 rows of oaks that go straight down, almost like a wedding aisle. And
Yeah.
I could foresee the bride walking up that
Exactly, some
too.
market
Yes,
lights on it and
absolutely.
stuff like that. It just looked beautiful. Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
out there. I love it out there on there. And the other thing I was looking at was so it's 4,500 square feet and 244 people. Yeah,
That's the max capacity.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that for a wedding.
No,
I think
yeah. 'Cause with
120.
dance floor and DJ
Right, you-
and all that stuff with
exactly,
flowers. Okay,
exactly.
perfect. I think, I don't even know if I'd concentrate strictly on the destination. It's more like you're going to have enough coming from the drive-in,
Yep.
Georgia, Florida, and all
Sure.
that coming in. But it's a great thing. But I do think trying to fill it with other things other than weddings,
Sure.
whether it's church or,
Right.
just day functions, just to get you some revenue in there
Yeah.
to help.
Well, we
but-
talked about, even somebody might want to have an art class there, a
Very much
yoga
so.
class.
Yeah.
So
Painting
there's,
with a twist out there, doing something.
yeah,
around that.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So anniversaries, family reunions, just anything and everything. Absolutely.
I think it's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
Great
thank
job.
you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, sir. Mr. Mundrine.
Yes, thank you. Do you have a plan on working with outside venues outside of our county into filling your venue dates? Like partnerships?
I mean, I hadn't thought about that, but that's not out of the realm of possibility. If that's something that would help our venue, we'll work and do whatever it takes to make this successful.
Thanks.
Thanks. I just had a couple of comments. I think it was Ms. Walker that said nature-based experiences, which is what this ties into, which your map showed there's really very few of these types of facilities nature-based.
Right.
And the other one was that the money is recirculated back into Princess Place, which I think is awesome that it is able to contribute to the maintenance and the improvements of the park itself. Those are the only two comments I had.
All right.
Last question, I forgot to ask this. How much idea rental fee would you charge?
The rental fee? Well, it depends on whether it's an à la carte versus one of our tier packages. I could foresee the tier packages because we need to look at what everybody else is doing around us because we need to be competitive.
Yeah.
So we have to do all that first to see what's
Okay.
happening. But I could foresee those tiers being 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. But à la carte options, it depends. What do you need to use? Do you need to use the kitchen?
Yeah.
Do you need the whole facility? Do you just need outside? So there's all sorts of things that you have to take into consideration.
Okay.
So it's all stuff that we still have to, figure out and look into.
Good deal. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
A lot of information to go over. I know this is a long meeting, and so my apologies to everybody up here, but we'll get through this. Next up is the City of Palm Coast and their Indian Trail Sports Complex field lighting presentation.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having us today. My name is James Hurst, the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Palm Coast. With me today are Brittany McDermott, our Deputy Director for Parks and Recreation. Today's presentation is going to be the Indian Trail Sport Complex field lighting. We're looking to expand our field lighting on our newer baseball, softball fields, and also our fields 6 through 8. This is to help expand our already successful model that we have at the Indian Trail Sport Complex with our fields and the great tournaments that we have over here. I'm going to hand this over to Brittany, and she's going to go through some slides. I'll come back, and then Brittany will take us out. Thank you.
Thank you, James, and thank you for your time today. Many of you are probably already familiar with our Indian Trail Sports Complex that's located off of Belterre Parkway. It was originally constructed in 2004 with a long-term vision of being a regional sports destination. Over the 20 years that we've been established as a facility, we have realized that destination. We are now a top-notch location for local, regional, and state sports tournaments. This is just a quick snapshot of our field inventory at Indian Trail Sports Complex. We have 16 total sports fields, with 8 of them being multi-purpose fields and 8 being baseball, softball fields. This is an overview, a year-over-year comparison of the permits that we do issue out of the sports fields. It's pretty indicative that Indian Trail Sports Complex does see the most activity out of all of our sports fields location, one due to capacity, but also due to the demand to have tournaments and the space that we are able to provide at that location. You can also see the year-over-year, we've had an upward trend of permits that we've been able to accommodate, so more activity in that park. We always like to include the chart on the right. It's pretty indicative that lighted fields versus non-lighted fields are in much higher demand. 98% of those permits were attributed to lighted fields versus just 2% to non-lighted fields. So our lighted fields are definitely highly desired by our tournaments and the ones that are bringing in the room nights into the area. I'm going to pass it back over to James to take you through the next several slides.
So Indian Trails Sport Complex has been blessed over the last few years to receive numerous grants from the TDC. In 2011, we received $150,000. That was to refurbish our fields 3 through 5 on the school side of the complex. In 2014, we also received $150,000 to do the fields 7 through 8, which is also at the back end of the school. If you saw the map at the beginning, 6, 7, and 8 are the back fields in the corner. And then in 2018, we were able to add lights and a restroom at fields 3 through 5. Since 2011, our department has been using a formula to calculate estimated economic impact. And since 2011, we've seen an impact of about $52 million come to the county and the city. Since 2011, we've had many different tournaments. These three up here are the sports that utilize our fields the most. So we have lacrosse. We usually do the three tournaments each year: Father's Day, Veterans Day, and the Pumpkin Shootout. On average, each of these tournaments bring about 40 of the 70 teams. But this year, the actual Father's Day tournament brought 94 teams. So we're seeing kind of an uptick since COVID of these teams coming back into our fields and using them. In 2023, we hosted 9 soccer tournaments. We partner with Florida Elite, and they partner with ECNL, and also Inter United and ODP, and each of these bring about an average of 60 to 80 teams to these tournaments. And then just recently, we had the state softball championships at the newer softball, baseball fields at the complex. And back in 2021, we did have the state baseball. And we're looking to bring more district sectionals, and we're looking to bring also more of these state tournaments back into our area. So what are our enhancements? I kind of briefly touched on this before, but we're looking to a funding request of $625,000 to add lights to the newer baseball, softball fields, and then also our multi-purpose fields 6 through 8. We have a conceptual drawing here of the new baseball fields and the lights there. Each light would efficiently illuminate each of these fields here. This diagram here is from Musco. Musco is the company that we will go through for the lights for the multi-purpose fields as well as the baseball fields. But this map here is fields 3 through 5. We don't see much difference going to 6 through 8. The really only big difference is 6 through 8 are some smaller fields, not as large. Oh, and I'll hand this one over to Brittany.
Not as tall as you. So in our application, we did indicate that we would estimate about 500 room nights per year through the Indian Trail Sports Complex. We're pretty confident in this number because, as I mentioned, we are an established facility. We do have a demonstrated history of economic impact. We also have incredibly strong partners that we bring through the complex that communicate with us regularly. We have a sports alliance, but we also communicate with every group that comes in to ensure that they're sharing this information. They know how important it is. And you heard Nick Klufas mention earlier about the Southern Rec Center. We have been very successful in establishing the TDC survey at that facility and collecting more formal data for the room nights. So we would look to establish that survey as well for the Indian Trail Sports Complex moving forward, because it's been a little bit more of an informal communication of that information. We want to make sure we formalize it and get that through survey responses. So we would ensure to do that. And just speaking to our high-quality services, as I mentioned, we are established, we're demonstrated. We have high-quality facilities, skilled staff, and top-notch maintenance. We have uniquely positioned ourselves to be an attractive destination for sports tourism. They know us, they're familiar with us, and we really strive to not just meet a level of expectation, we want to exceed it. We want to continually expand, grow, and improve. So that demonstrated history we have, we just want that upward trajectory to continue. And with that, we do need the additional lighting in order to expand our capacity. These are just a few of our testimonials. We do get many throughout the year, but we just highlighted these two. More recently, Pete, who is our Little League District 19 administrator, stated that Indian Trail Sports Complex is one of just a handful of facilities that can host the Little League tournaments in our district. So again, speaking to that last slide, we're just uniquely positioned to do those type of tournaments. And then Terry with Florida United Lacrosse, James briefly touched upon this earlier. This was just after the Father's Day Lacrosse tournament. We had 94 teams at Father's Day. It was completely sold out. 2,256 players times 3 is the normal matrix. So figure about 7,000 through the park that weekend. Your staff was absolutely fantastic. So again, speaking to our quality, but also speaking to those strong partnerships that we are getting this communication and this feedback and the data that is so important for us to track. And that concludes our presentation. Game on in Palm Coast, and James and I are available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Questions? Yes, Ms. Cook.
I do have a couple, because I was under the understanding that the sports complex is maxed out. So, I mean, you guys are full all the time. There's not room to bring more things in. Is that not the case?
That would probably be correct for the current lighted fields, but we are limited because of not having lighting on the remaining fields. We cannot host games, leagues, practices, tournaments after dark because of the not having those lights. So we're sort of limited by the lighted fields versus non-lighted fields.
So have we lost tournaments due to those non-lit fields?
Yes, we've definitely had to turn away numbers because we didn't have the capacity due to not having lighted fields.
Do you know how many tournaments we've lost?
So right now we're projected to have, for the last 2 years, we've been pretty consistent at 14 tournaments coming to the complex. The year before that, we were hitting close to about 16, 17, 18, and now in 2017 we had 30. So there has been a bit of downturn, yeah.
Mr. Luzray.
If you had to choose one project, either the multi-purpose or baseball, what would you choose? What would bring in more opportunity?
That's a really great question. I think for us, the baseball fields are already scheduled in our CIP. So the funding that we would really need more is probably the multi-purpose field 6 through 8. We just don't have that funding dedicated at this time. We would need the grant support in order to see that happen. We also did recently undergo a Parks Master Plan that we did jointly with our partners at Flagler County. And we heard a very large voice that we need more of the rectangular fields. And while we definitely support the baseball and softball fields and those tournaments, and we definitely need the lights on those fields too, we just don't have that dedicated funding at this time to add to the multi-purpose fields. It's pretty contingent on the grant.
Trying to figure out how to structure this next question. I'm trying to figure out, is there a specific set of money or an amount to just do the multi-purpose fields versus, because you said you already have a plan for the baseball fields no matter what, so that's already in the works. So technically, if we said no to this grant completely, the baseball fields are still going to happen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. And the amount that we requested is roughly the cost for the rectangular fields of $625,000.
So this is specifically more for the rectangle fields where you guys see more of a return, and we, as a collective body, those are the biggest impacts. Sport tournaments bring in thousands of people, helps everybody, hoteliers, businesses. We love them. And whatever we can do to expand that would be great. I'm just unsure of if it's worth putting the money into the lighting, or is it worth saying, hey, do you have another plot of land that we can develop and put that $500,000 toward more fields? Because I feel like we're still limited on field space and to hold larger tournaments. But that's something for you guys to decide, I guess.
Yeah, and that's a great point that you raise. We do feel that overall we're very limited in field space in general, whether it be lighted or non-lighted. There is a long-term project with the City of Palm Coast to move westward and have a sports complex built in that location. So this is kind of more of our short-term fix in the meantime of getting to that facility.
I
That's
heard
kinda
that
how
facility is going to still be almost like a decade out, though, for the most part. So it's like
possible, yeah.
in the next few years, if you guys identify some kind of public-private partnership or land, I think I would be more inclined to throw that money towards that. I mean, sports in our area, youth development is my number one priority at this point, and I just don't know if the lighting is going to make that big of a difference as opposed to taking that money and putting into buying more land or more field space.
Yeah, that private partnership that you just spoke about, that is part of our city council's strategic plan along with our master plan as well, implementing that, and that's notified in the Parks Master Plan as well.
Thank you.
Questions? Mr. Mondrine.
Real quick, so more lighting, more fields. Will you have sufficient parking for all these upkick events now?
Yeah, we actually just, are you familiar with the site at all? So, yeah, bro. So, sorry. So there is that church that is the Parkview Church. We're in a kind of an agreement. They just built another lot right next to that. That is giving us, I think, another 40 spots, maybe, just estimating. And then there are plans within the complex to expand some parking by like the old baseball fields and making more spots around there. But yeah, and then we also have the school district as well. On the back end of Indian Trails Middle School, we use that parking lot for the tournaments, and we work with them through an ILA and an MOU. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of it, but there's also where the buses drop the kids off, and then the front part of it of the school as well. Yeah.
The water, I gotcha.
Ms. Robinson?
So, if you guys, I do understand that night lighting would help out, because I know when it gets rained out and all those things happen and all those little terrible kids are in my lobby, they have nowhere to go.
But she loves
they,
them.
they need to be playing. But will the teams like Florida Elite and all that, will they be adaptable to us, like changing times and making sure that we have night stuff? Because maybe some of the teams didn't come because of that. Maybe this year we probably lost a few. I mean, we're still sold out, but I can see where we probably lost a few because they were saying that they play at night at other places.
Yeah, we have a very close partnership with Florida Elite. I think we have someone in the crowd, in the back there, from Florida Elite, and we talk with them. As Brittany said, we have a sport alliance that we meet quarterly, but our supervisor over the fields, he talks with them, I think, hourly, maybe every 30 minutes. So we do have a very open communication with our sport alliance, and if there are any changes or anything that we need because of rain, those teams are very adaptable, and they have, I think, have proven it in the past for some things. So we always try and make sure that we keep them up to date with everything that's going on, so they can adapt to let the teams know.
And would that allow us to help start games on Friday night?
That could be a that could be a possibility
two-night
with
minimum here.
definitely with these lights too. You know, so
Okay.
as in the fall, as the time changes, 6 through 8 are pretty much you're done at 5 o'clock. You know, and so if we were to have Friday night games, that would be great. You know, and then we're talking maybe 3-4 days of teams being here. So.
Yes, sir.
One quick question. With having tournaments during the summertime, would you see losing games midday where the heat's really high and moving them over to an evening session so the kids aren't playing?
Yeah, that definitely could help. We do. I think majority of our tournaments are in the fall, springtime, January, pretty much all the way through to March. We do have like Father's Day lacrosse during the summer, so it does get hot. Yeah, if we were to have lighter fields, even if they had a delay or something like that, then they can stay. You know, if it rains in the morning, they can stay later in the evening. So, and we'll have the capability of having more fields available at nighttime. But moving them to night could help definitely with the kids, because that's a good concern. Yeah.
You don't have any complaints on lighting there, do you?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Great question. Yeah.
Any more, Mr. Lugerai?
I just got my final question. I guess I want to go back to it. Would be, would you rather have lights or more fields? Just for clarification.
I'm going to be. I would like both. More fields with that are lit. I would. That's a good question.
I was want to say, because I'm looking at it this way.
Yeah.
I would say if you came back to this board and say, hey, we need $700,000 because we're going to do X amount of fields, I think that's much more of a win than 6 to 8 for those few fields as multi-purpose. But at the end of the day, you guys know your business better than we do. And if it's going to be more impactful, would you rather wait for something like that? Or?
If we were to get more fields, they'd obviously have to be lit. Because at the moment, I mean, we do have a sport alliance, but now we have, I think in the fall, we have 4 more organizations wanting to use our fields. So yeah, I would, to kind of answer your question, love to have both, but you know, fields would be a good priority. But if we were to get more fields, they would also have to be lit. So hopefully that answers, yeah.
And I would just maybe add, sorry, excuse me, I would just maybe add to that the construction of fields would obviously have a significantly higher cost than lighting. So we would want to make sure that we were committed and set up well for that moving forward, that we had the dedicated funding that we would need increased, you know, compared to lighting.
Is lighting a usable expense on impact fees?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. It's
As long as it adds capacity, I think.
Yeah, the baseball fields are on a 5-year R&R schedule, and I don't think that's not impact fees, no. But anything new would be impact fees, yeah.
As long as it had capacity, yeah. And if I can, number one, thank you very much for the presentation. I don't know how much I can conversate, but also I'm trying to think of the aerial view of Indian Trail Sports Complex. I'm not sure how much land is available surrounding that now.
Not,
Yeah, I don't think
not
there's
much, because we have Hewlett Swamp next
Right,
door.
that's right,
And,
back up too.
that, what we have here is pretty much that's the limit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think speaking to Mr. Luzerai's comment, to make an impact on economic development and tourism, it needs to be a pretty substantial. Adding 2 or 3 more fields doesn't do much except for local recreation. This is, like you said, your chart showed this is it because you've got all these fields. This is why you're able to do what you do.
Actually, to piggyback off, I like that question. If we had unlimited money, what would be if you need 10 more fields, 12 more fields, 15 more fields, 5 more fields, give me an idea. What would be, based on what you guys are getting now, what you think you can get? Because they all don't have to be at the same complex, because I know we have a number of parks and fields, but if there was another...
We pretty much would need, I think, another Indian Trails. Yeah, so double what we have here, 16 or so, yeah.
Or at least split them up, or you could have a multi-purpose complex and then a ball field complex. They could be separate.
Or even looking like Wadsworth Park or something like that. If there's any other parks that have the opportunity for expansion, I'd love to hear more and learn more about that.
Yeah,
to
and
kinda
we,
get the costs.
as a department, we work closely with, I don't think Mike's here anymore, but we work closely with Mike Lagacy. We have a quarterly meeting where we talk about all these kind of fun topics that we have to deal with. So, if we do talk about expansion and things, we're in constant communication with the county and actually Flagler Beach as well with Tom Gillen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you for the presentation. Thank you. All right, and our last presentation is the City of Flagler Beach on the Flagler Beach Beach Walk. Our city manager, Mr. Martin, good. Are we afternoon yet? Not yet.
Not yet, sir. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to present. I am accompanied by Ms. Catherine Monroy, who's the city's executive assistant. And I'd also like to thank Mayor King and Commissioner Mealy for their support this morning as well. This is a concept that the city of Flagler Beach has devised called the Flagler Beach Beach Walk. And let me start with the pier, because it's through the pier that this project is become viable. The pier was built in 1926. It's been ravaged, destroyed, and is in the near-term future to be rebuilt. It is the local identifying feature. It's prominent on our logo, it's prominent on our stationery, and you'll see in future slides it's prominent in a lot of other places as well. It is a community congregating space. People from all over the city and all the visitors go to the pier. And it has had a remarkable impact on the loss of that pier on the community identity. So to give you an overview of where we're going with the pier, these are slides drawn from the city engineers or the consulting engineer that's designing it, just to show you how we're going to go to where we're going to be. So the goal of the pier is we are going to replace the outer 700 feet of the pier. We're going to keep the first 100 feet as a historic remnant of the pier. And the goal of the pier is to minimize the environmental, operational, and public impacts during the reconstruction of the pier, including keeping local businesses, specifically the Funky Pelican, open during the reconstruction of the pier. Here's the current timeline of the pier, and you can see where we're moving forward. We are currently at July, getting ready to, bid documents are getting ready to be issued. We've pre-qualified 4 contractors to bid on the project. The bids documents are currently under review by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. Once we get the clearance from them, we will go out and seek bids for that. The intent is that the contractor will mobilize in November and construction will start in December. It looks like it's roughly an 18-month construction schedule for the pier. This slide is important because this is the genesis of the beach walk. Based upon our conversations with the consulting engineer, the city has gone through extensive regulatory review and permitting for that area that's listed as restricted, because the way the pier is going to be rebuilt is we're going to build a pier next to the pier. We're going to build a trestle. And from that trestle, we will then dismantle and build a new pier. In order to build a trestle, we had to get a lot of regulatory clearance and permitting. And so the suggestion was, why don't we take advantage of that short time frame where those regulations and permitting and clearances are still viable, and can we do another project? And there was discussion about maybe mirroring a Funky Pelican, putting another building, because one thing that's become evident in my almost 1 year in Flagler Beach is that we do not have event space. We have to rely on the grace of the church to accompany that, but we do not have large meeting space available, either for private use or public use in Flagler Beach. So we thought about that, but then it became evident that why do we want to build structures in an area where hurricanes demolish structures? So we went to what you will see is an open deck. We call it the promenade. And this leads to the greater comprehensive project called the Beach Walk. And the Beach Walk will be in 3 phases. We will renovate the service buildings that are currently beneath the A-frame. We will redo the, what's commonly referred to as the bait shop, and determine how to move forward with that space is either a renewed bait shop, commercial space, a welcome center in conjunction with TDC and or the museum. And we will also renovate the radio station, the local radio station. We will renovate the boardwalk. The boardwalk that extends to the south is deteriorated. It's ground mounted. We are building a corporate relationship with Trex. Trex is the composite decking material that parts of the extreme south end and extreme north end of the boardwalk have been elevated and built. We want to work with Trex as a maker of the composite bags. We actually promote in the city of Flagler Beach the collection of the plastic bags that then we ship to Trex to turn into the composite boards. And according to the director of sanitation, we've probably collected enough bags to make maybe 4 or 5 boards. We'll need a lot more, but we want to build this marketing relationship with Trex and say, this is the type of environment that you promote your product. You've got the sand, the sun, the sea, and the salt. Why not make this a demonstration project for your product throughout the country, if not the world? So we are building that corporate relationship with Trex. So that's the boardwalk. And then there's the promenade. The promenade is planned to be approximately 4,100 square feet of open deck with the rail around it. And that will be able to, as the 2 previous presenters have showed, it's gathering space. It's for events. This space will be open on a daily basis, though. You will be able to rent it if you want to have a private event, but it will be open and available to any and all public every single day unless it is reserved for a private use. Here's a timeline. We do have copies of this presentation in paper that we will provide to you at the conclusion of this, because this is awfully difficult to read. But basically, moving forward, we'll complete the design, finalize any remaining permits, start construction. We can start construction on the buildings or the surface buildings while the pier is being reconstructed. So the plan is to begin reconstruction of the A-frame buildings, expanding the bathrooms, renovating the bathrooms as well. We can start that while the pier is being constructed by next summer. This highlights the impact area of where the promenade and the beach walk will be. This is what has come to be known as Concept 4. There were 3 previous concepts that were offered to the City Commission. They were all somewhat similar, but they changed in positioning, either further west to impact the parking area, or they were higher, which would have masked some of the views that the restaurants and the pedestrians along A1A in downtown, it would have masked their views. So we kind of merged concept 2 and 3 and went with the a slightly raised platform. It's not quite as high. I'll have an elevation slide here for you. But the gray line about 3/4 of the way down, the city's actually working with FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, to perhaps tie into the Florida Sun Trail system. And the city is qualified or seeking a $2 million grant, fully paid for by FDOT, to tie in the Sun Trail system with Volusia County. So the Sun Trail would come up from Volusia County, path as to yet be determined, but we'd like to tie it into downtown. And so that Sun Trail would be a paved path separate and apart from the elevated boardwalk to allow for the heavier traffic on the Sun Trail. But the boardwalk would be repositioned on the far right, slightly elevated. There's the 2 existing beach walkovers at that bookend, the promenade. We would expand the service buildings, which is a crosshatch area to the left. And we would also work on pursuing the consulting engineer believes that we can pursue additional resiliency grants for dune vegetation and dune protection in conjunction with the promenade. So this depicts the elevation. Concept 1, or what we actually decided on, was the one that's highlighted. So it's slightly elevated, only about 2 feet above the elevation of what will be the trail or the boardwalk. So the other one is in the upper right, where that was about 10 feet higher. We did not want to mask the views from A1A or the businesses. So we wanted a lower profile. It's also safer. It'll be completely surrounded by railing as well. So it's a subtle distinction separating you, the user of the boardwalk, with the promenade deck. Here's an overhead depiction, thanks to Mr. Pazzulli for this rendering. It shows that the most interesting or desired feature of this is actually the expanded restrooms and renovated restrooms. Right now, the restrooms are tired. The City Commission is struggling with the use of public restrooms, so that's a notable feature of this expansion. But it'll also, you will now be able to wrap around and walk around through this covered corridor under the A-frame. The bait shop there is to about the 9 o'clock position of the slide. Radio station is in the left center. It's tied in, but that demonstrates the promenade, some ADA access. The existing beach walkovers and ramps would remain. So this is a rendering of what the promenade or what the beach walk would look like. Here are some actual renderings of making use of the native coquina brick or stone for the facade. So that first view was from the northwest. This view is from the southwest, looking out over the pier. This is actually standing on the newly reconstructed pier, looking back to the promenade. And here are the projected costs, and we divided it into 3 phases. The first phase is the actual building expansion, the A-frame. That's estimated at $1.26 million. The second construction is the promenade deck itself, which would be $1.4 million, $1.39. And the final phase is expanding and extending the boardwalk is $1.1 million. Those are the lines that are highlighted on those documents. So part of the challenge was, how do we tie this into your strategic plan, and what are the 3 pillars of the Tourist Development Council? Destination development, visitor experience, and organizational excellence. You want to collaborate and be more advocating on vital destination improvements and enhancements. We think, and I will demonstrate shortly, that this is the demonstrated visitor experience in Flagler County. We want to highlight the environmental practices, This will restore or maintain the beach renourishment that's ongoing. It won't affect that. And organizational excellence, this is the largest, to the best of my knowledge, the largest non-direct infrastructure, water, wastewater, anything like that, amenity feature that the city of Flagler Beach is considering. So we talk more specifically about destination development. You have your tactics about expansions, improvements, and events, and key visitor experiences. The beach walk will provide event space, and the service building expansion will provide necessary amenities, whether it's a visitor center, supporting the museum, or offering public restrooms. Destination signage and messaging. The strategic plan specifically calls out on 2 occasions building relationships with the city of Flagler Beach. And we believe this is a great opportunity for the city and the TDC to move forward on that relationship with the city of Flagler Beach. And Objective D talks about developing opportunities and facilities with a viable ROI, and the renovations will provide a high-impact facility within the city of Flagler Beach and within the county of Flagler. Visitor experience. This is a destination-defining facility. Again, the pier is highly visible. We can expand the conservation, the visibility and the views from the pier and from the promenade will highlight the turtle nesting, the dolphins, the birds, all of that natural features that represent the Flagler Beach oceanfront. And we will target specialized meeting planners. We have a limited staff. We will most assuredly work with a outside marketing person to help advertise this. But again, this is almost reminiscent or reflective of the city of Flagler Beach, that it is a low-key, high-visibility item that we think will attract a lot of attention in and of itself. But we do need to market it because this will be a whole new feature for the city of Flagler Beach and Flagler County. And finally, organizational excellence. Work with developing an exceptional facility in relationship with Flagler Beach Museum. Again, the bait shop can be repurposed or also support the museum, a visitor center, work with the TDC for a showcase office space. The improvements of A1A, the pier is definitely tied to A1A. It's right on A1A. And as the beach renourishment, the pier, the hotel, and the beach walk go forward, FDOT plans to resurface all of A1A from Volusia, or from just north of Volusia County line to the northern, close to the northern city limits when all the truck traffic is completed. And finally, optimize staff and operational responsibilities. We will definitely need to collaborate with plenty of outside agencies. Again, City of Flagler Beach doesn't have the staff capacity to manage this on our own. And finally, this represents the Palm Coast and the Flagler Beaches. This is the Flagler Beach. All of these pictures and documents are TDC documents, and every single one of them highlights the pier and the city of Flagler Beach. So we think this is iconic to this county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have more?
No, sir.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Well, we'll hand out paper copies.
Okay, great. Questions? On this side. Thank you very much.
I'll ask one.
I'll start, Lisa. It's okay.
Oh.
All right, Ms. Cook.
My biggest question, and it's been set up here. So, where's the parking? I know that when I was at Panama City Beach and I was on their planning and zoning board, is when our pier got torn away and we had to rebuild. But we rebuilt parking. I don't see any parking in this. And if that's what Flagler, that's what your town has been struggling with, is parking. So yes, it will bring visitors because it is Flagler Beach, but we've got to be they've got to be able to put them someplace. And that was the one thing I saw in here that was really missing is where are you? Was there any idea of, I know that in Panama City Beach, when we rebuilt the pier, they did a little cut in, and that is parking that's right there by the pier, parallel parking, because of course the road is narrow. So it's parallel parking. But then across the street where Pier Park is, there's a whole parking lot that belongs to the city. Therefore, everything that happens at the pier, it parks 600 cars. So I know the pier needs to be redone, and it's getting redone. I got that. But as far as building an event space and all of that stuff, where are they going to park?
And I guess my response to that is we have signature events such as 4th of July, hopefully build a New Year's Eve event, and the thousands of people that come to town find a place to park.
Yeah, that's why we don't go to them, because we can never find a place to park.
There are, by our count, there's probably 800 or so parking spaces available in public and private areas throughout the downtown area. You just got to know where to find them, and that's part of the wayfinding and things that we will do. The city is looking at starting a branding and a wayfinding effort. We had a first meeting on that earlier this week. That is a challenge, and I think we can overcome that challenge.
And I was going to ask about that. Probably 2 years ago, it was talked about that the Flagler Beach was looking at like a GPS of parking spots. Do you remember that conversation? It's wayfinding, but do you remember that conversation? And I wondered how that was. Where is that at? So it's back on the table now.
The city commission is directed me to review future parking planning and options.
Okay.
Yes.
Questions on this side?
I would start by saying that the Sun Trail connection, I mean, that's huge.
That's a big
Hearing about that with the beach renourishment, with the pier, for me, this really feels like an icing on the cake for us. If we can get through this and help fund this project, and then we have the ecotourism center. I mean, my God, I really feel like in the next 3 years, we're going to go from where we were functioning, we were pretty efficient, to wow, right? You have this wow factor. Now that Flagler Beach, since 2016, we've been getting beat up. Even though we've been growing, I guess, in our tourism numbers, things been looking great. And COVID obviously really helped amplify that. But I feel like the look and feel of our city has really diminished since 2016. And with everything that we have going for us now, to see a little bit more of an expanded area near the downtown. I mean, because when you're sitting there and walking on the boardwalk, there's really not much space at all, right? And to see this expansion work and come through, I love the vision of it. And the pier is the single most iconic thing we have in the whole county. It's not just, well, it is. It's the single most iconic thing that we have. And being that it's being redone, that's going to be great. But then on the sides of it, you look in that whole little scope of things, it really doesn't, it's not going to match the beach if we don't do this. So that's why I'm just trying to figure out how feasible, numbers-wise, if we don't get the entire grant for Flagler Beach, is there a minimum that you think that this project could move forward without the entirety, or is it the entirety is what's necessary?
I would think we need entirety. I think the scope or the comprehensiveness of the project, that's the equivalent of 1/3 of the city's general fund budget, the $3 million.
Well, since the beach is the most sought after, to me, I think this could be a win for our county. I like it.
If I could.
Mr. Clufus.
I would absolutely agree with what was said. I would say, to me, this looks like it's a transformational type of upgrade. And I just would love to commend you for not only presentation, but I was surprised about the cost of the promenade and the boardwalk. Honest to goodness, I would have suspected that it was going to cost far more than the $1.1 million for that extensive improvement. But yeah, I think that this could be totally transformational for the experience that we have when we go to the pier and enjoy the neighboring boardwalk. So yeah, awesome.
And one last thing I'll touch on is just about the parking, because parking has been a conversation for the last 2 decades. And now I think with the completion of all these projects, I feel that our city commission is really going to light a fire to where it's needed and it's necessary. But also, I think we're going to build more of the need for it, even though our events have been pretty successful and people, they will always find a place to park if they really want to go to the event. But to Felicia, we do turn some people away. But I feel like this is also, it's okay to turn some people away. Like when I'm full at the restaurant, they go to the next restaurant, right? When we're full at the beach, they're going to go to the next beach. So we've always solved their own problem. But I think that if we do create more of a need, then, well, we'll develop it. We'll find the spots right over the bridge next to the police station,
Go.
parking garage.
There you go.
I just have a couple. Every great city has a public space, their own gathering public space, and I know that's been a concern with the hotel having eaten up the other remaining green space that was downtown. This isn't green, but it's gathering space, and that's important for the city. I was worried about the underside of the promenade and what, I was originally until I saw the cross sections and that there was the special hardening underneath there, because nothing's going to grow underneath the promenade. But you had the rock, and I just want to make sure that is properly engineered, because that'll be an important barrier for any storms. That it's properly hardened, because nothing's going to grow under there. And the last thing is, I like the coquina use, as long as it's more natural looking and not manufactured. And I don't know if you'll be able to locally source. I know Aragoni's Pits at one point, they used to manufacture paving and bollards and different features from the pit on Old Kings Road. They had somebody that they would ship the big pieces to, and they would manufacture. I don't know if that's still an option, but I know they had different uses where from that locally sourced pit you could have the wall coverings or paver areas or other amenities. So that could be something interesting for Mr. Pizzulli to research and look at.
Yeah, and forgive my newness to Flagler County, one of the references that Mr. Pizzulli made was to the old Bunnell City Hall and that coquina facade as well. So I think that's where he got the inspiration for the coquina facade.
Right, and again, as long as it's natural material and not the just coquina shell, scattered on a adhesive. But that's it. I mean, that's really I'm glad to see the level of detail that was put into at least the underside of the promenade too. So thank you. Anybody else? All done? All right.
Thank you again.
Yes, thank you very much.
Chair, do you think it's possible to just do like a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and have a brief pause for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for the recess.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It is 12:31 p.m. It is officially afternoon. All right, so we've heard the three presentations. We've got $745,372 at our discretion. So we'll have it open for discussion.
Can we first, before we open discussion, do the disclosure for each one of you, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Chair, I was going to say before open discussion, is it possible just to hear from the public before we vote or?
Yep, we can do that if you want before the motion or we discuss. I'm open to that.
Just go ahead. I'm sure there's not going to be much, but.
So we'll open it up for public comment on the three presentations. Just come up and state your name.
Hello, Council. Thanks for having me. Tiffany Wiggin, lifelong resident here, born and raised Flagler Beach, and I am a recreational director at Florida Elite Soccer Academy here in Palm Coast. As you heard, we host a very large tournament in August for 2 weekends, the Boys and Girls Invitational. To go back to the need for lighting on the field, we actually turned away teams this year. It is a huge tournament for us. Our fields are actually spoken about at Indian Trails, not only across the state, but we had teams as far away as Kentucky attend our tournament. Those teams, as you know, they come down in advance, utilize our fields for practicing days in advance. They bring with them family members, stuff like that. We have actually reached a status with the tournament outside of the state, which is a huge accomplishment. And thanks to Parks and Rec for and Palm Coast for keeping our fields at that maintenance. I love when other visiting clubs walk up to the field and we get ready for kickoff and they just say, wow, can't believe how beautiful this field is. Thanks for having us. We definitely don't have fields like this at home. It's important we invest in our youth and in our fields, not just for our organizations, but for our citizens as well. Utilizing and being able to have 3 more fields, while I know we do have talks of a larger complex coming, which is much needed, could help bridge the gap that we currently are at. I have to actually maintain my practice schedules for my program and division because I utilize fields 6 through 8 a lot. It leaves me with no lights, and I am at a time constraint due to daylight savings time. I know we talked about possibly practices sooner and stuff like that, but for a lot of us in our county, our working families are 2 working families, and therefore I have a hard time starting my practices before 6 o'clock with my volunteer coaches. You lose out on not only our program, but our visiting teams that come here. We can host more teams, more games. Last year for our tournaments, both for our girls and boys invitational, we ran kickoffs from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on every single lighted field at Indian Trails. And that means that we actually had the ability to accept more teams and run more games, more fields, more hotels taken, more businesses being used, but having to turn them away because we don't have lights is frustrating, to say the least. I know it might seem just like a Band-Aid, but there's already a strong need for lights in our area. At this time, we have 3 lighted fields that our youth organizations use in this entire county: Wadsworth, Rimfire, and Indian Trails. And we have more organizations, more kids looking for more places to host practices, tournaments, and games. And we are already maxed out with where we are. I just would like you guys to please strongly consider finding the money for this grant. I think it could benefit not just our community, but those that visit us. We are a destination right now for sports, for youth sports, and we want to grow on that with all the talk of the new developments of fields and stuff like that. And Indian Trails can be a starting point for us as we continue to grow, being a youth sports destination. So I just would highly ask you to please consider the grant for the lighting of Indian Trails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back. Each of the elected officials did get a little disclaimer, so I'll read mine first, and it just says, as County Commissioner for Flagler County government, I will abstain from voting on this item. I think we are allowed to have conversation.
Yes.
Right, so, the last part is, we just won't be able to vote or answer questions on the items. But doesn't say you can't comment. You can comment on them.
We are able to answer.
Yeah.
No, oh, you're able to answer?
Yes.
Okay.
All you are doing is publicly abstaining
Right,
from
from the-
voting on all three
Okay.
applications.
All right. Yep.
But you can participate in discussion. And Sean even said you can even help influence if you choose to do so. So,
Awesome,
Okay,
great.
fair enough.
Shark Tank.
So,
All right,
Mr. Clufus?
As the Palm Coast, or as a city councilman for the city of Palm Coast, I will abstain from voting on this item.
Eric Cooley, Commissioner, City of Flagler Beach. I'll abstain from voting on this item, but I'm here to answer any questions you might have and influence.
All right, great. So the floor is open for our discussion. So I look for somebody to at least come forward with some ideas. We have $745,372.
I'll start.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Robinson.
Well, I kind of wish we had more money. We saw some very, very good presentations. I don't want anybody's feelings to be hurt when I do my final vote. But I just like to say that I think that all three projects are awesome and they will be beneficial in their own light. Just for me, it'll be it's a time issue. What can impact us the fastest and is the way I'll be thinking. But I like them all.
Thank you. You lose your eye.
I'm just trying to think the best way to get this going, to commend Lisa. What she said, all the projects are great. What's going to be the fastest, most efficient? And that's what we're here. What's going to drive the more tourism dollars to the bottom line? And I'm not sure if we're going to have to rate them. Usually, I think what a politician would do is give money to each of them and break it up. In my mind, I'm not really seeing it that way. I'm all about let's pick one and get it done. If we try to divvy it up based on 2 out of 3, Flagler Beach needs the full amount, or it's pretty much not going to happen, is what I heard. $500,000 to Princess Place can get it started at least. And Palm Coast pretty much said they already got something for baseball, so they're already expanding lighting. And it would definitely help to get fields 6 through 8, both locally and for the tournament side of things. If I had to rate them, I think the Flagler Beach project, in my mind, is going to be the most impactful, and it's like that icing on the cake. We have completely new everything in Flagler Beach, so Flagler Beach is probably not going to come to us for nothing anymore because the beach is already going to be attractive. We've already done our job, so that way we can shift focuses over the next few years. So definitely on the sporting side of things, we have a huge, huge upside that affects all of us year-round. Princess Place Preserve, that would probably be my last thing based on what I've heard, because I feel like it's going to take a lot more. It's going to take a lot more money in my mind to really see that place flourish. The amount of cottages, instead of 7, 15 to 20, I mean, that has serious potential, but I think it's going to take a little bit more time. So I would say Flagler Beach, in my mind, can be awarded the full amount, and over the next year, definitely consider the other 2 projects, and even provide them more support in one way or another, financially, or help lobby for them to get it done, or even help public-private partnership, because if there's a way to, like what Captains did at some point in Palm Coast, you can put a business that's not ran by government, but a business there that's always going to be there. They're going to be pushing and pulling people there all the time because that's our livelihood. That entrepreneurial spirit isn't always in government. So I think more of that, or having that kind of approach. If I could build a restaurant out there, I would, because it would be affordable, and that public-private, it forces us all to work together to make it successful.
Good deal. Yes.
Pam Walker, I believe that all three projects have a lot of merit and they're all wonderful, but we have a limited budget. And I don't know how to split it up, but I kind of agree with Felicia in that I think we ought to spend the money with what's going to benefit us the soonest and bring us more tourism impact, as we say, to put heads in beds in the tourism business that bring us the tax revenue. So I don't know how we split it up, but the sooner the better that we can see those heads in beds as a result of what we do would be best.
Very good. I will think, Mr. Lugerai, if I remember the presentation on the county one, I don't know if the cabins were the immediate phase. I think so I know they can do their project within the 2-year time limit with the way they put the project forward.
And the event space to me isn't going to draw as much as I think the cottages would, is what I was going to say.
Okay.
They already have some local weddings that they do a pretty good job on. And again, both ways will work. The most impactful, I don't think it's going to bring the most money to the bottom line as quickly, if that makes sense.
I had a question regarding the City of Flagler Beach project, and I'm not sure whether or not it was emphasized enough, or perhaps it's not an issue, but is there a temporal constraint on having this, and I believe there is, having this coincide with building the pier? So because of the construction that's going on in the pier, this can coincide with that simultaneously. Otherwise, it's not something like you can build the promenade and things later after the pier is gone. I'm not sure that was emphasized, or maybe I missed it.
It was, if I could answer.
Yes, sir.
Sure. It was discussed a little bit in the presentation. It's permitting that allows you to work in that space. And that space is being utilized by the contractors who are rebuilding the pier to build that temporary trestle and use as their actual platform to work on to get to the beach. And the reason why the project even began was utilizing the existing permitting, because permitting is next to impossible to get when you're dealing with ocean and beach and everything. And I don't know what time constraints there are on it, but the permitting is finite. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Madrine.
Yes, just a brief comment. If you want to grow Flagler and you want to make an impact, my personal feeling, in my opinion, I believe the beach walk is the go-to. It's going to create just a means of coming to our beach, feeling our beaches, going to the restaurants, coming to the hotel, giving a different feel to the pier area. So
to the hoteliers, do you think it's the beach that brings your people in?
it's a 50-50 split for me. I'm a Hilton brand, so I do corporate, I do a lot of local, and it also is the beach. Yes.
It's not the beach. The beach we actually sell ourselves. I'm gonna say it's not because I've been here the longest out of the hoteliers, I think. So it's just the whole Hilton thing. But the beach is an added asset. It's just the 35 miles off the highway like it's supposed to be with the Hampton sign. That's all that does it for me.
Would you say it's the fields that would be a higher priority then? Or I'm sorry, just a fields
If
that.
you want to if you want me to tell you now, so for me, yes, the fields would be the higher impact because that's where we have grown the most in my hotel. When 2014, when we opened all that up, that's what put money to the bottom line. Was the Florida being known for this area being known for the children's sports, the AAU, like we're known for that. So, and then my second would be the beach. So that would have the greatest impact immediately for me. And then the beach is a 2-year project. We always give money to the beach.
Mr. Cooley.
So just to have a clear discussion on reasons why folks are coming and staying in Flagler County. We know based off tourism data that well over 80% of room stays are directly related to the beach. That's tourism data that Director of Tourism has and has had for a long time. As far as specific locations, it can be driven off highway or fields or something like that, but well into the 80s is, I forget the exact number. Ms. Lukasik, do you remember what the actual number was on room stays being because of the beach? It
I
was
don't.
in the high 80s, I think.
I don't.
Yeah, it was that survey we did a couple years ago. And Chair, I am allowed to have like thoughts on this, right? I can talk about it. Just want to
Yes.
clarify. Okay. So one of the intriguing things about the Flagler Beach project specifically is, Mr. Luzier, I talked about earlier, the pier is the icon of the county. It's in every picture. It's in every destination picture. Like when people look at Flagler Beach, it's pictures of the pier. This will be the first time that the pier's been repaired a ton of times, but this will be the first time that the pier has actually been upgraded to evolve into something more than just a walkway going over water since the 50s when restrooms were added. A long time ago, the pier used to be just an A-frame. There was no restaurant. There was nothing. It was just an A-frame. And I don't know the exact date restrooms were added, but we got a historical person here. But based on the pictures, the cars were 40s and 50s. And then restrooms were added on, and then the restaurant was added on sometime in that time frame, really long time ago. And ever since then, nothing has changed other than just repairs. There's been no upgrades. So this would be the first potential time that the landmark of the destination will actually get upgraded into something that is usable by all the public. Having an actual walking promenade for event spaces. To do a repair or small things is one thing, but actually do a significant improvement, I think is definitely worth mentioning, especially considering you're talking 70, 80 years since the last time.
All right, I'm looking to the,
I want to understand something. With the Flagler project, yours is a timely thing. Once the permits are gone, this is not something you're going to be able to do.
Well, I can't speak to direction from the board saying what would happen or what wouldn't happen, so I can only speak in hindsight because I can't talk to future actions being taken. But the genesis of this was being able to piggyback off permitting for this project. And for anybody that's done coastal construction, the benchmark to try to get permitting for the beach is extremely high. And if I was to only speculate in my own opinion that if that window closed, there would not be an appetite financially or just going through the process to try to get new permits. You're talking a decade to try to pull something like that off. And with, when you're dealing with limited budgets and all that, it would be very easy to just rebuild the boardwalk, but to actually change the footprint over top of sand is a whole nother animal. It's very difficult.
so in the timeline, is permitting part of your 2-year timeline for construction?
Exists.
Just for the one section though, not the entire length of the promenade? Do you have to modify the permit, or just as is, it's good?
Well, city manager, you might want to speak to that, but this is within, if you looked at the slide back when this was discussed, there was a red rectangle showing the work area that is permitted, and this is self-contained in that area. So you don't actually have to go outside of that boundary. I don't know if there's any type of modifications based on construction that are being done. Did that make sense to you?
Mr. Chairman, according to the consulting engineer, there will have to be some review of the permitting to see if any modifications are necessary, but the basics of the permitting that's been done to allow for the trestle on the beach, on the ocean front, satisfies most of the requirements for permitting for the construction of the promenade. But you'll see on that timeline, I think there's a short time where we have to do design and final permitting review by the state.
Yeah, so I just listening to conversation and where everybody's going, if there becomes a hiccup in permitting, which is always the area that permitting or that delays happen, that it pushes your timeline too far out, that it comes back to that there's some type of, it comes back to the board or so that it can be reviewed. But that's just the one concern I would have is permitting.
And if I may, if this project is selected for further consideration by the board, I can reach out to the city's consulting engineer and get some clarification about what, if any, additional permit would be required
Okay.
to help with that decision.
According to your timeline, it wouldn't be completed till November of '26. Am I correct?
All three phases, correct? Yes, ma'am.
To have everything done. So the rest of the time, it's going to be in construction phase, which is, if we're talking of bringing the money that's going to bring the best bang for the buck to tourism, the fields, the lighting for the fields, I think they can complete that much sooner. Am I correct? Yes?
I don't see the city people, but, oh, James,
You-
how
you
long
come-
does it take to get the lights up?
Yeah,
Have to
estimated
come
time.
up with the answer.
Yeah, please come.
Or Brittany, that's fine.
Sorry about that. Yes, we could complete it in a much quicker time frame, probably a few months.
The construction, the entire permit, or design and construction?
Yeah.
Okay. I know it wouldn't be a long time frame, but a few months is pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we split the money?
I think the
You can
benefit-
do anything with the money, absolutely.
I think
me
the
ask you,
benefit with
Brittany.
the time frame, we've done it before on the previous field, so we still have that close relationship with Musco. We have previous plans to work off of, and then we already have the plans completed for the baseball field. So that's part of why it's a little more expedited.
Let me ask you a quick question. So you said a few months, would it make the pumpkin shootout in Veterans Day, or will we talk about the January tournament 2025? What'd you think? Just guess.
James is coming.
Probably spring. I think we discussed.
State your name again.
James, with the Parks and Rec Department, City of Palm Coast. The baseball fields, yeah, we would most likely probably have to start in the fall to get it done by opening day in the spring.
Okay.
And then 6 through 8, we would have to probably start, I would say, when school is out, since they are in the school area. Even though we do have the MOU, we don't want to affect too much of their operations over there. So it'd be probably most likely would be next summer for 6 through 8 to get us those, just so we're not interfering with any of the school, and then be ready for the fall.
Gotcha.
Good questions.
I have another question for
ma'am.
Amy, please. If we split the funding, it would be more or less seed money for any of these projects, correct? So is this helpful or is that a negative impact? I mean,
I believe all three projects, from what I understand from their applications, will still move forward with or without our funding. So yes, I think they all mentioned that any support that they could get from us is in addition to the project itself, and you have the discretion to divvy it up any way you see fit. It doesn't have to go to just one
thank you.
or any.
Just to clarify, I guess what I'm hearing is that if we go with lights, that's not going to be done until next summer, right? If we go with beach, it's going to be 18 months project, pretty much. And well, the preserve
Was a year.
Here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Mr. Cooley.
So the statement that was made about all projects moving forward, regardless of the grant, I don't think that would be accurate for the city. There has not been a decision made on that, but the origin of the project revolved around the concept of the tourism grant. There hasn't been any discussion as far as if the grant didn't happen, if it would move forward at all. I would be speculating by saying that it would or wouldn't, but there's been no determination made. This whole concept began as a tourism grant concept, if that makes sense. But there's been no commitments made. If the grant didn't happen, it would still move forward. That's never been discussed.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
So are you saying the city hasn't voted on it yet? So we'd be giving grant money to something that may not happen?
The city voted on applying for the grant for the
Okay.
project.
Okay.
The city did not vote on if the grant doesn't happen moving forward.
Okay.
That's a totally different scenario.
So that it would be seed money any way you cut it because of the expenditure is much, much greater. So where is the city going to go for the rest of the funding? I mean, if we give you the 745,000,
And the city pays for
then
the
a
rest.
city pays for the rest out of what, but you have that budget or do you have to go to somewhere else to get the money?
No, there's money for it. If you need specifics, the city manager can speak to it. But the determination was made if the grant happens and the project move forward.
So if we don't grant you the money and we go with another project, the project doesn't start?
Can you repeat that?
If we were to give, let's say, we were give the funding to something else, not anything to the beach project, to Flagler Beach, does that mean then that there would be no beach project going forward?
That means that the commission would have to decide how to move forward. There's been no determination made to move forward without getting the grant money. The project was started as a grant initiative, if that helps. And city manager, you can speak to, funding.
Mr. Martin?
Yes, ma'am. The total project cost was about $3.8 million. So that funding, the funding from this agency would account for roughly 25% of the funding. I think the city would be challenged to come up with the rest of the funding in the immediacy, but I think we can accomplish that. But to gain that extra 25%, it probably renders the project fiscally unsustainable from the perspective of city staff. Again, I have not had that conversation with the city commission.
So we have 3 projects.
Excuse me, I'd like to add something to that, Catherine Monroy, City of Flagler Beach. Also, in the basis of concept that is in the application, there are other grant opportunities that are available, just so that everyone is aware. Because of the Central system, that also opens up to other grants, as well as there being a resilient aspect to the elevation for A1A. So that would also open us up for other grants.
I would say too, when we talk about the Sun Trail, and I know the funding is there for connections to the wildlife corridor, we've got to get a better connection from the beach back to the trail system at Graham Swamp. That connection is lacking, and that might be able to get you those funding. So we have how...
It makes it rough. All 3 of the projects are great. I was just trying to think in my head, some of them have phases, some of them don't. So I can't guarantee that the board would say yes to it the next year to help out with the next phase if we did divide it up. So I don't know that. But I live next to the ball fields, not next to it, but within a mile. And within a mile, you can see the lights. But do they need them to grow what puts heads in beds? Yes. I love Princess Place. Do I want more cabins so that my family can finally stay there? You bet. And we all know that Flagler Beach is the icon. So they need help right now. So it's tough. I don't know.
Which goes back to your earlier discussion that there's a lot of needs for within the tourism funding
Right.
mechanism for the county. It's a lot of needs.
Which is why I asked if it could be split.
I know, but
Even though, I mean, it may not help as much, but at least it's seed money for these projects. I just don't know what to do. I mean, seriously, they're all good, great projects, but what do we do?
And this is, I think, the first time we've had this dilemma, right? It's been not this,
Yeah, we've never had
We still have
not been this tough in the past.
yeah, no, we've not had 3 wonderful presentations come to us that would benefit us in all the ways. There's nothing wrong with these presentations. They're all good.
Yeah.
I know that the lights are going to get put in at the ball fields no matter what. Am I right? So,
They are in the capital improvement project plan. That's correct.
that's what I
right?
meant, because
Yeah.
I thought I knew that. So I kind of feel like the situation we're in, because I would have voted for the lights, honestly, because I've got grandkids, you've got boys that play sports, you want what takes care of the kids. And they put heads in beds. But you guys can actually do it right now. The other fields are what you're going to have problems with, but you haven't really come to that yet. So then I'm down to my 2. So Amy is very right that when we saw presentations, things would change. So now I'm down to 2. Just thinking that Flagler Beach will not be able to do what they want to do, which would benefit the entire county, without us giving the whole money now while the permits are there.
I think the only way we'll move forward is somebody floating something so
I'm going to
that
float, make a motion, give it all. I'm done.
to,
To Flagler Beach.
okay, so we have a motion.
But
by-
it's because of what the situation is, not because I like them better. It's because of the situation.
So we have a motion by Ms. Cook. That would need a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Lugerai is the second. So we'll open it up for discussion again.
Even though I think you need a lot of parking.
And not being combative at all, there is no guarantee that our CIP would actually be fulfilled by our current council or future councils. Is that true? And we did cut $2.5 million last year out of our budget, but it is in our capital improvement projects. But I just wanted to reiterate that the way that the council, and knock on wood, whomever is fulfilling those elected positions continues down that path.
I just thought it was something that they could ask us for at a later time as
Correct.
opposed to
That's absolutely right.
stalling their progress.
Any comments on the motion?
I, in my heart of hearts, don't want to give it all to one person. I just don't. I hate the fact that Flagler Beach seems to not be able to move forward unless we give them this money. I don't really care for that. I believe that the trails are important and that they're both important, but I don't want to give all the money to one person. So I would unfortunately have to go with B and C, and a 50% split is what I said.
Well, let's vote on the motion
Right,
then.
we got a
and
motion.
See if we can
that's-
have another one.
Right. Anything else? All right, so we will give this one a shot. So the motion is for 100% to go to Flagler Beach. I have a motion by Ms. Cook and a second by Mr. Lugerai. So we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion signify, and actually we'll do a voice call. So those in favor.
Hey, Jim, can I ask
Yes.
one last? So if all the money doesn't go to Flagler Beach, they can't, even if they get half, they can't, it doesn't help them,
That's what I heard.
right?
That's what I heard.
So even if they get half, say, whatever that is, 370, it really is like giving them nothing, right? Am I looking at that right?
I think we're looking at you, Mr. Cooley.
Right. So I can't speak for the board because we haven't discussed it. What I can say, though, is this is a $3 million project. That's going to be it's going to be a challenge to pull it off. If the grant was to get approved, it will still take a lot of resources to get all the funding for that project together. city manager feels he's very comfortable with being able to do that. So there's a comfort level. Everybody's good with moving forward. But it's still at the very, very top of the city's spending limit and spending power. But we have not had any discussion on, as a board, if this doesn't get approved, is the project still going to move forward? I would only be speculating by saying I don't think there's an appetite for that, just because of the finances that are involved in the city's limited budget.
Gotcha.
And because of how this originated, it's the discussion started with the city's boardwalk area that's by the pier is in dire need of repair. But what can we do to make it better? What can we do to improve the destination? And that's where this whole conversation about the TDC grant came from, and how this turned into that. Again, can't speak for the board. I would only speculate that if the grant wasn't to go through, the city very well could just say, let's go back to square one of repairing the boardwalk, just with new decking or something. But again, that conversation hasn't happened with the board, so we don't know where that would take us.
Thank
I
you.
hope that helps a little bit.
And the only, final comments I have is I love the fact that we had two pretty out of the box thinking projects that are rehabilitating or rethinking
Yeah.
two iconic areas, one Princess Place and the Island House, and the other a more vast public space at the beach, and hopefully those still get legs because I think they're good ideas, both of them. But we have a motion, so I'm going to call the question, and this is for 100% going to Flagler Beach. So I will ask for a voice vote. So Ms. Robinson, how would you vote?
No.
All right.
Yes.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Mundrine.
Yes.
Ms. Walker.
No.
Mr. Lugerai.
Yes.
And Ms. Cook.
Yes.
So that is 4 yeses and 2 nos.
James has voted off the island.
I guess congratulations are in order to Flagler Beach. It is kind of anticlimactic because the other
It
projects.
is, because I really like Princess
Right,
Place. But
absolutely.
I feel like we're held to either getting this done when we can get it done because of permitting, and I do know how hard it is to get coastal construction permits. It is almost impossible unless you have a hurricane.
And if I can offer a silver lining from our staff, phenomenal presentation. And I would also remind everybody out here in the public that we were the recipients of the entire grant previous year for the Southern Recreation Center. So it's not as if this.
But we
board-
didn't weigh that. We didn't weigh that.
No, I know.
We didn't
Yep.
say because you got it last year, you don't get it this year.
Totally. But if we're trying to feel bad for Palm Coast, I want to make sure that's not the.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that.
I know the county staff's packing up. Sorry.
But we do love Princess Place.
It was a great presentation and a great project. Okay, so we have completed that portion of the agenda. We had public comment on it beforehand. We'll move to the next part of the agenda. This is Tourism Development Office update.
All right, I'll keep this brief. I only have 20 slides. Just kidding. The only thing I wanted to mention is that we do have a new staff person, and she's over there next to Courtney. Her name's Angie Davis, and she started in May. She's our marketing media manager, and her main areas of responsibility are social media, content development, some website and graphic design, general marketing responsibilities, and of course, other duties as assigned. So we are happy to have her on board, and that concludes my update.
All right, thank you very much. We'll open it up for community outreach. This is public comment time. I think almost everybody's left. Seeing nobody come to the podium, we'll close community outreach and come back for board member comments. I'll start on my left with Ms. Robinson.
Hello again. Yeah, I'm Lisa Robinson, the general manager of the Hampton Inn and Suites in Palm Coast. I just want to say, as far as tourism goes, and how the hotel is doing, the hotel is not benefiting from tourism right now. It's benefiting from construction and all the projects that Palm Coast has, because that's who's coming to stay at the hotel. We're not, the numbers are the same in tourism. As far as I see, there's not that many people that are traveling like that unless we have these tournaments, which we have in August. We have done well in June and July so far in this quarter because of that. So I'm grateful for all the new things that are coming on State Road 100, the Ale House, the BJ's, the Longhorn, the Chase Bank, I think it's Chick-fil-A, and all the rest of those things that we are benefiting from as far as putting heads in the bed. So that's what's going on now. So hopefully for next year, when we meet again and we talk about the 2025 budget, we actually have some things in line that have to do with tourism, and that some of these things start to come to fruition, and we start seeing travel at the, here hitting the bottom line, so that the budget that we put out is not equal to the budget that we put out last year. So this year we'll make the budget and maybe a scrunch over it only because of construction projects. It will not be anything that has to do with any tourism. So we still have to work for that, work for that in that area to make this place the destination that everybody in their mind says it is, but it needs to be where people determine that it's a destination, because you do have a great product here with the presentations that we had, with the beautiful Princess Preserve, with the Flagler Beach that we love, but it needs to be, people need to know about it. And we need to, when people come here, as all the business owners here and people up here, we need to make them feel welcome so that they want to come back. Because I've heard some negative stories this week, and I'm not going to say from where, but we need to change all of that. People need to feel welcome so that they will come back. That is how you affect the bottom line. Because it doesn't matter how beautiful a place is, if the people don't like it, they won't be coming here. And that's what I have.
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Tough act to follow on there, Chairman. The leisure demand still a little low for the resort. Group, we've exceeded what we did last year, and last year was a great year for us, a group. And fourth quarter, off the charts for group, but leisure, man, and Pam, I tell you, it's so many different avenues for people to spend their money now. So just really concentrating on that and just working hard for it. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mandrine.
Thank you. So for me, our tourism and demand market has done a complete 180 turnaround since last time we were at this meeting in March. Occupancy has been up for my property, ADRs and RevPAR. Just to piggyback off of Stephen, group sales has an increase of 25% at my hotel. Knowing that it has been newly renovated, that also helps. But my market is strong. I do see a lot of local rate plan pickup, as Lisa, with all the new builds here in town. But my corporate market has really blown up with IBM. I have IBM, and there's General Motors, and I can't think of the other one because I wasn't even thinking about that at first. But overall, all my segments have greatly improved over the last 3 months. Q4 also looks strong. Looking at the STAR reports for my area and surrounding counties, there has been a pickup. Once Orlando starts picking up, then everyone in Florida is going to greatly see a dramatic pickup. But overall, I'm happy. Great meeting today. Loved everyone's opinions and thoughts. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Ms. Walker? Nope. Okay. Mr. Kloufis?
No, thank you guys for the consideration of our project today, and I appreciate all the great conversation, and I look forward to enjoying the promenade on Flagler Beach.
Mr. Cooley?
Very little, just really impressed with the amount of ground we covered today. We covered a lot of bases in this meeting.
That's true.
Just because of the length of the meeting, I talked enough. Thank you guys so much, and thank you for supporting Flagler Beach. And I'm sorry about the other projects, because to commend Lisa, that the lighting, it makes the most sense. And Princess Preserve, I feel like they have just a little bit more work to do to sell me on it. not necessarily sell me on it, but to really make it more immediate or more beneficial. You get the gist.
Yep. Thank you. I know it's a lot for you to be here all day, so thank you. Ms. Cook?
We're doing fine out there in the northernmost part of Flagler Beach, so come see us sometime.
Thank you. The only thing I'll add is for Ms. Lukasik, I noticed on the visual for the Eco Discovery Center, that walkway to the back is not ADA accessible as it is. So we just need to make sure that in the final product is.
Yes, that was the draft.
That's
I
the
was
draft.
hesitant to share it, but we already have a long list.
Okay, very
Thank you.
good. All right.
Motion to adjourn?
The motion. Then a second. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.